despised by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
What's everybody doing on a Tuesday morning? You know, there's some days when I try to find something to talk about, and then there's these other days when I can't stop finding stuff to talk about. This is probably one of the busiest days. I can't believe every time he does it, he ramps it up another notch. So there's so much going on. I've got so much to share with you. There's hearings happening. Rubio's talking, RFK Jr.'s talking, Kristi Noem's talking, President Trump was up at Capitol Hill beating people over the head. Then there's a press conference at 1, and then of course we've got Scott Jennings on here at 12:30, so strap in. I don't know where this one's going. There's so much to cover. And I'm thinking, okay, the clock is ticking. Scott Jennings comes on at 12:30. Then we're going to have to jump to Caroline Leavitt and President Trump. So I'm going to start easy with some of the stuff, the low-hanging fruit, as people like to say. So, as you know, yesterday, that idiot got arrested. That idiot, meaning LaMonica McIver, was arrested. And President Trump today had something to say about Miss LaMonica.
Oh, give me a break. Did you see her? She was out of control. Did you those days are over. The days of woke. No, I didn't. The days of woke are over. That woman, I have no idea who she is. That woman was out of control. She was shoving federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over in this country. We're going to have law and order.
All right, so he made his promise as he was running on a campaign that we were going to run on law and order. And so Miss LaMonica, who decided she was going to use her privilege, her entitlement, to bust into a detainment center and throw her big body at somebody, and that she was beyond reproach. So she has, since this morning, made a statement. And here's her statement, which I doubt she wrote. I'm pretty sure it was from an attorney. I don't know if she could string these words together herself, but here's what she wrote. And it's funny, you can tell it's in third person that she didn't write it. My statement on the charges filed, it didn't say I. It says Congresswoman LaMonica McIver released the following statement. Earlier this month, I joined my colleagues to inspect the treatment of ICE detainees at Delaney Hall in my district. I can already hear the violin strings. We were fulfilling our lawful oversight responsibilities as member of Congress have done many times before. And our visit should have been peaceful and short. Well, who stopped you? Instead, ICE agents created an unnecessary and unsafe confrontation when they chose to arrest Mayor Baraka. Okay, we're a couple sentences down here. She hasn't taken any personal accountability whatsoever. The charges against me are purely political. They mischaracterize and distort my actions. Does this woman realize it's on video? Everybody saw it. Everybody saw exactly what you did. How can it be, quote, mischaracterized or distorted? And they're meant to criminalize and deter legislative oversight. This administration will never stop me from working for the people in our district and standing up for what is right. I am thankful for the outpouring of support I have received, and I look forward to the truth being laid out clearly in court. We've seen the truth, moron. We have actually seen what you did. The jury, if it gets that far, is going to see what you did. None of what you just wrote there, not a word of it, accounts for everything that you did. You have taken no personal accountability. Oh, they arrested the mayor, and I have constitutional oversight, and this, that, and the other thing. What about personal oversight? I would think for most people, personal oversight has to be in place. How are you going to explain to a jury when they're never going to see this or hear this? The questions are going to be very simple. Here she is in the red coat. Yeah, okay. You see what she did, right? The crime is you assaulted an officer. None of what you wrote matters. It doesn't matter if you were denied entry. It does not matter if they arrested the mayor. It does not matter if it was raining. It doesn't matter if you had green eggs and ham. None of that precludes or allows you to put your hand or big ass body on somebody else. Period. None of this is a defense. In fact, it's worse. You see, since you're entitled, you're also entitled to a higher standard. Since you are, quote, a lawmaker, you have to know the law. You were so quick to quote this other stuff, the constitutional. Do you not know laws of personal assault that you cannot put your hands on anybody? You weren't defending yourself. She didn't even mention self-defense. What's distorted? What's mischaracterized? We saw you. We saw you playing bumper cars with ICE agents. The jury is going to see you playing bumpers with ICE agents. I am so sick of black people. It embarrasses me when they use racism and don't take personal account for what they do. I didn't do nothing. I don't know why you bother me. I didn't do nothing. How about you just shut up? How about you just take your First Amendment right, or Fifth, whichever one, the right to remain silent? Hey, get out the car. All right, where's your license? How about your insurance? All right, you realize we're going 55 in a 25. Officer, I do not recognize that, but I understand what you have to do. Just let me know what you need me to do. You don't have to admit guilt. You don't even have to, but if they tell you to do something, you do it. That's what I was taught. My father told me at a young age, and he was a military man. First of all, you say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Or ma'am, as the case may be. If you have a problem with an officer, you take it up at the court. And now with the prevalence of video everywhere, where everybody's got a camera and everyone's taking a picture, if you are wronged, it will show up. You don't have to act the fool. But see, these people, that's not what they want. They want to act a fool. They need to act a fool and create violence and havoc. In case you haven't been paying attention, I've been telling you that I truly feel, I posted about it today again, that the military is the only way to fix what's happening or what has happened. They are never going to stop. There are no Democrats anymore. There is not a Republican-Democrat coalition. It is whoever these people are in Capitol Hill that call themselves Republican, and these people here who are commies. That's it. So the old rules don't apply because violence is a part of their toolbox. Let me show you about that toolbox, okay? This was posted by yet another congressman, Eric Swallowwell. A red line has been crossed. Trump is prosecuting his political enemies in Congress. Let's stop there. Anyone who disagrees with you is now a political enemy. This woman is so far down, so many levels down from being a political opponent, a political enemy. She's a low-level congresswoman that nobody probably heard of before she decided she wanted to bump into and assault ICE agents. She's far from a political enemy. She's a nobody. But that doesn't stop there. This is just the beginning. We must take whatever we've done before to show dissent and in capital letters go one rung higher. And save your BS documents on this, Alina. You'll need them when you testify. How is she going to have to testify? But just jump back a sentence there. This is just the beginning. We must take whatever we've done before to show dissent and go one rung higher. So you're talking about a party that has burned cities. You're talking about a party that has incentivized people to take shots at the president. You're talking about a party that blocks highways and does whatever they can when they don't get their way. You're talking about a party that advocates for Antifa and all the stuff that they do. You're talking about a party that takes over college campuses. You're talking about a party that advocates violence against people they don't agree with. Wherever you see them, you got to go out and make a crowd. You got to chase them out of a restaurant. Do whatever you need to do. You're talking about that party who has done all that illegal activity and gotten away with it. Now saying it's not enough. No, it's not enough. We need to go higher. We need to create more havoc. We need to burn down more cities. We need to do more damage and all kinds of things. How much more can you do? If you want to go a rung higher, how about reaching for that rung that's, follow the damn law? That should be a short rung. Hey, the law says we can't put our hands on people. The law says you can't burn things down. The law says you can't take over private property. That's everything the law says. Why don't you just reach for that? So when I tell you the military is the only way, it's because I see this, and I see this often. And I understand what he exactly means here and what he's trying to advocate for and what they're trying to get to happen. They're trying any way, shape, or form to start violence. They want to have chaos. Anarchy is a tool of the devil, i.e. the Democrats. They don't want peace. They don't want you having a good time. They don't want you enjoying entertainment. That's not what you should be doing. You should be walking around with grievances 24/7. And so each one of you who have heard me say the military is the only way, when you see people doing this and saying, hey, you got to make it even, let's go even higher, turn it up to 11. The only thing I want to see on 11 is the amplifier when Metallica's playing or Ted Nugent's playing. That's the only thing I want to see at 11. I do not want to see an upnotch or an uptick in violence and cities burning as we head towards the summer. They do. And so it's very simple to me when I look at things, because I just have to keep saying the military has to excise, get this tumor out of our country. We cannot allow them to be in the same plane. I don't mean from a vicious point of view. I'm saying the ideology right now is not American. They are not standing up for what you and I believe in. And I'm not even talking religion. I'm not talking anything about faith. I'm talking about country. Everything that this country holds dear is nothing that they want. So how do you expect things to move forward if we don't completely, as President Trump has said, obliterate the deep state? It has to be completely removed. The rot has to be extricated. There's nothing we can do with these people. They are insane. They don't recognize the same laws that you recognize. It doesn't apply to them. And so I know there's a lot of pacifists on the right, a lot of pacifist Christians who think, maybe we shouldn't be looking like that. We shouldn't go there. They're going to stomp you into existence if they have the opportunity. You give them the opportunity to stamp out, you won't be able to pray. That doesn't fit in the Communist Manifesto. That ain't going to happen. You're not going to be able to go to a movie if you go to a movie now, because it all sucks. You won't be able to listen to music, which is why I play old music in our Rumble Jump Over at night, because I want people to remember a better time. A time where we all coexisted, and whether you like country, or whether you like jazz, or whether you liked rock, or whether it doesn't matter. You were okay. Hey man, I ain't into this jazz stuff, but if that's your cup of tea, you have at it. Y'all go ahead to the jazz festival. I'm going to go over here to Monsters of Rock. I'm going to go to Ozfest. And nobody questioned me if I felt like going to Ozfest. I didn't have anybody from church going, you shouldn't be listening to that Ozzy Osbourne guy. No. You want to go have fun? Have fun. Live within the realms of what you live by. But I'm not biting the head off a bat or swearing allegiance to Satan. I'm listening to some guitar. And so what I guess I'm alluding to is there's some people on the right as well who have gone bat poop crazy. Stop trying to impose your will on other people. That's what the Democrats are doing. I don't know if sometimes people realize it. You're getting very close to the edge of sounding like them. Personal accountability. I know if I go to Lollapalooza, or if I go to Ozfest, or whatever, Monsters of Rock, I'm dating myself here, I'm going to listen to some guitar playing, going to listen to some singing, and then I'm going to go home. I'm not heading off to some, temple and worshiping the crazy people. I like guitars. I'm following the law, both of the government and of my faith. Stop being like Democrats, crazy Democrats, and go, this isn't for me. No, you sound like them. And so the only way that we can possibly get beyond these people is to stop acting like them and realizing they are a danger to you and me. They don't want you to have your way of life. So I guess you have to decide personally, what kind of life do you want to live? You want to live a life where that's part of your government? Not me. I got a couple more cuts here from President Trump early this morning. This is him talking about, and it keeps coming up over and over again. I'm so sick of this. He's talking about cuts to Medicaid.
Can you guarantee that your voters who supported the election, particularly working class voters, will not lose health insurance under this bill?
Oh, they won't lose health insurance. Not only that, remember, I'm cutting drug prices by 85%. And right now, I'm saving it. I'm saving the whole thing because I did something that nobody was willing to do. Other countries pay a tiny fraction what we do. And I instituted favored nations. We're now going to pay the lowest in the world. We're going to be the equivalent of the lowest country in the world. People go to London, they go to Canada, they go to other countries, many other countries, because they want to buy their pharmaceutical products, their drugs, at a fraction of the cost. Now we're going to have the lowest cost anywhere in the world, and nobody else would do that but me. And that might be an election by itself, might be election winning. Now, when you add that in, when you put that into Medicaid and Medicare, we just strengthened Medicare and Medicaid. And the Democrats won't do that. You know why? Because they're taken care of by the drug companies. And the ones that are taken care of are hard line. Some Republicans get money from drug companies, and that's okay, because they're okay with it. I talked about it. The drug companies take care of everybody. It's the biggest lobby, most powerful lobby in the world. There's no lobby like that. But the Republicans are okay with it. Not only okay with it, they love it. It was time. So we're going to cut drug prices from 75 to 85, in some cases even more than that.
Not understanding why that question keeps coming up. You're going to cut Medicaid? No. You're going to cut this? No. Print a sign and put it in your office, and don't ask me this stupid questions anymore. How many times do I have to ask the same question over and over and over? We have the worst media in the world. I don't even know why he stops and talks to them. Then we've got this one. This one I really like.
Apparently you said don't ask with Medicaid. Apparently you did say in the room there is some concern among some Republicans, including Senator Josh Hawley, that this could impact benefits and that could be amount to a hidden tax on the.
I didn't say. Here's what I said.
I'm wondering if you're.
Here's what I said. What you want to say? I said waste, fraud, and abuse for Medicaid. If you find waste or fraud or abuse, we want to strengthen Medicaid. We want to strengthen Medicare. Waste, fraud, and abuse. The Democrats will let illegals be on. They'll destroy it. It will be destroyed. They want to have illegal immigrants be on. And if you do that, because it wasn't designed for that. Waste, fraud, and abuse.
You know, I love how they ask these questions. Can you guarantee this? Can you guarantee that? All those questions are designed to do is be gotchas, because if something were to change or anything, that they go into a meeting and come up with a different idea or a plan. You know, we only have a couple ways this thing is going to pass. Let's just be honest. One, you've got idiots. I think George posted about this. Let me bring this up. You got Republicans who are trying to do their own thing and save their own butts politically instead of the country. For instance, this guy, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler, just said he's still no on the big, beautiful bill despite Trump's meeting, because the bill doesn't force taxpayers in red states to pay for the lifestyles of people in failed blue states. So what he's referring to, and this is the guy, Mike Lawler, this is what they're talking about the SALT deduction. And so SALT is a tax that your local government charges you. New York, California. And so what they're trying to do is say, listen, we're already paying this much tax in New York. We need to be able to deduct it from our income taxes. And so the idea behind this is, if you're paying $30,000 or $50,000 of tax in New York, you should be able to deduct that from what you owe the federal government. It doesn't work like that. I'm sorry you live in New York or California or Delaware or one of these states, because what will happen if we allow the deduction for your failed government in your state? They'll just keep raising the stakes locally and then tell you can have a deduction from the federal taxes. Now, I understand some people are living in these states and just happen to be where they live. They've lived there for quite some time and they're stuck. And their taxes just keep going up and up. So at some point, there's going to have to be some point of compromise here. You're not going to get a full deduction. It can't possibly happen. The government, the federal government, you, me, our government can't afford to pay over and over because of the taxes being placed on people in these blue states. Why should I have to pay more in taxes because California and New York can't afford it? We don't have that. We don't have an income tax in the state of Florida. That's why a lot of us live here. No income tax, low sales tax. Why? Life is fine. And you're saying, hey, you guys in Florida, you're sitting fat and happy. You guys pay for what we can't do here. No, we're the third or fourth largest state in the country. We don't have it because we do what's supposed to be done. You guys keep failing and putting all these programs out there for the poor peoples and the illegals. And you don't have any money to do what you're trying to do. But I understand there are a certain amount of people who are absolutely stuck. They've lived there for 20, 30 years, and they can't get out of this blue state for some reason, whatever that reason may be, and they're stuck paying taxes twice, locally and federal. So should we be doing something to help out those people who are stuck? I don't know how you would write that. I don't know how you would say, listen, if you've been there for a certain amount of time, 10, 15 years, maybe your taxes get... I don't know. But that's one of the big problems we're having, is that the Republicans who are in these blue states are like pushing for a tax deduction that you and I should have to pay for solely because they can't do their financing correctly. It's not right. And then you got some Republicans, again, who are thinking locally, who are bitching about the fact that, which should be excised from existence. They're talking about, what can we do to keep the new green scam going? There are actually some Republicans who want to keep that because it's benefiting their local district. It's crazy. So it looks like Scott Jennings may be in early, so I'm going to jump to a break. I'm going to run Lear Capital. Gives me time to get in and get everything put together. So let's do this. It's got 3 minutes, so let's run Lear Capital. We're in a very volatile time right now. There's plenty of financial uncertainty. Now is not the time to be speculative. And I'm also speaking from a personal perspective. I'm buying income-producing real estate, and I'm buying gold and silver. A lot of people don't know the difference between the economy and the stock market. And too many people listen to the news and social media. That'll get you in trouble. Let's face it. It's obvious that a lot of people have an agenda they're not telling you about. Right now, your best bet is stability. And that means you might need to build a hedge against global volatility. May I recommend gold and silver to you? Real gold and real silver. Not paper, not certificates. Actual gold and silver. What gold and silver can give you is absolute peace of mind. A stock is only as good as the company behind it. It's merely a piece of paper. One of the things I can tell you is that many people are finding out the hard way that some of their investments were built on quicksand. Gold will never be worth zero. Silver will never be worth zero. If you want to calm some of your fears, give my friends at Lear Capital a call today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. Just so you know, Lear Capital has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $5 billion in trusted transactions. And Lear is the only gold company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So go to learberry.com. If you want peace of mind, give my friends at Lear Capital a call at 800-601-5430. Or look down here below and go to learberry.com. And don't forget to ask about getting up to $15,000 in free gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Do it now. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds. Be safe.
Those videos, they'll see the whole thing, and it'll be clear to me, and it'll be clear to her in court.
I mean, the videos are pretty clear, are they not? I mean, she's shoving elbows, some punches. I mean, this is violent activity against law enforcement, isn't it?
It's a lot of pushing and shoving. I don't know if...
Would a regular person, if they came and did that to a federal officer, get away with it?
A regular person?
Like a regular, just a non-politician?
They might get pardoned.
If they showed up at a federal facility,
they might get pardoned by this
but were they charged? Were they charged? Were they convicted in court? Would a regular person get away with it?
You brought up
occupancy, and if these members of Congress...
But what does that have to do with a clear video of someone assaulting a police officer.
Scott? Was that
yeah,
clear? Was it?
pretty
No,
clear.
there's nothing clear about it.
It's not a cheap fake, I can assure you of that.
Let me tell you something. If you took off your MAGA goggle glasses and looked at it.
It's not a cheap fake. The problem is they have a video of it. And it doesn't look great. And if the argument is, we're here to conduct legitimate oversight, is that what oversight looks like? Pushing and shoving and elbowing and causing a riot at a federal facility? Is that what oversight looks like?
What you're saying is incorrect.
These officials gave Congresswoman McIver and the other two lawmakers a 1-hour tour of the facility. So to then go from that to pressing charges seems hard to sustain.
It was pretty reasonable for them to do that after the way they acted, was it not?
It certainly does seem very reasonable.
Can I ask the mayor a question, actually?
Well,
were you invited, I think, did the U.S. attorney also, when they dropped the charges, you were invited to come and tour the facility, right?
She did put that in the...
Are you going to do it?
Of course.
Good.
Of course.
So here's the point. You've got a tour for the members. He's been offered a tour. There's all sorts of accommodations being made here to people who didn't act right in the moment.
Well, listen, there's only one party here
action.
pressing charges, and it's the...
I don't know how he does it, but somehow he's able to do it every single night, go into the belly of the beast and do battle with crazy liberals, on and on. I'm talking specifically about Scott Jennings. If you guys have not followed him, you're going to see Scott on X at Scott Jennings KY for Kentucky. Scott has a new book coming out, by the way. This new book is called A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. I believe the book comes out in December. We're going to talk to Scott Jennings about his new book and what he's doing at CNN and everything political commentary-wise that he's doing over there to fight the good fight on an ongoing basis. Scott, can you hear me? How are you?
I can, and I'm great, and thanks for having me. An honor to speak with you.
Thank you very much for coming on. As I played in that pre-clip so people could see you, which we didn't need to really play because every time we see something on CNN, you're always in there doing battle and trying to bring some sense in these people. How do you do it? How do you get on there knowing that they're going to come out with the craziest stuff? And I just love the way you look at them like you people can't be real. So how do you do that every single day?
Well, I just try to remember what my job is, and I'm trying to represent half or more than half the country, sometimes 80% of the country, depending on the issue, and just inject a little common sense into these conversations. And I just have to remember that, the Democratic Party has become a fringe political movement in some cases, and they fight hard for illegal aliens. They fight hard for boys and girls sports. They take the 20% of every 80-20 issue in America, and I know that on many nights that's what I'm going to face. And so I just try to show up, keep smiling, and remain calm, and know that half or well over half the country really stands with where President Trump is on these things, which is in most cases just a position of common sense. That's really all it is.
Now, without naming names, obviously, don't want you to compromise yourself. Do you feel they actually believe the stuff they say, or are they having to toe the party line at this point?
I think some of the people live in such a bubble that they have not considered how their position sounds to people outside the bubble. And I actually think that that's one of the valuable things about the 10 o'clock show. It's an actual debating show. It's one of the only shows like it on television. And for many of the liberals that I debate, I may be the only Republican that they ever talk to on a daily or on a weekly basis. And so I think it's possible, and this is unfortunate in America, for people to get in such a small bubble that it's sort of hard for them to understand how crazy they sound to the rest of America. But that's the great thing about the show, is that when you can expose some of these arguments to the truth and to a little sunshine, it becomes clear, who's on the right side of things.
When you see how some of the comments are, sometimes when you're off air and you've gone home and you're sitting back, do you think the Democrat Party can be saved? Is it too far gone now? Is it something that they're going to fight Trump to the end, but how do they come back and instead of being 80-20, maybe even being 60-40, how do they get back to governing for America?
I think about this a lot because, when you lose an election, that's a time for reflection, and they lost the 2024 election. They should be reflecting on why, and I guess they are, but they're learning all the wrong lessons. I mean, they're going even farther left than they were in 2024, which is one of the reasons they lost in 24. Look at who the leading voices in the Democratic Party are today. It's Jasmine Crockett. It's people like this Congresswoman McIver, who was arrested at the ICE facility. The most extreme, radical, progressive voices are now the most prominent voices in the Democratic Party. And the people who are most willing, I think, to put out more than a whiff of the idea that violence is necessary here in the wake of their loss, those are the people who are getting all the eyeballs and all the attention and all the energy in the Democratic Party. So my personal view is they could become a legitimate political party again, but they're not able to do that because they're allowing the radicals in their party to take control of it in the wake of this loss. It should have been a clarifying moment for them, but instead, I think their future is even murkier than ever. Wow.
So with everything that's been happening over the last 2 or 3 days, and it seems now instead of taking this issue head on, they're still trying to deflect about the Biden thing, saying, well, Trump's crazy, and we didn't know. Why is it? I don't even know. Does the book come out tomorrow? Jake Tapper's book, I believe it's tomorrow. Why all
comes
of
out today, actually.
Oh, it's today. Okay, so we're going to hear even more stuff, I guess, today. Have you read it yet?
I've read quite a bit, excerpts of it, and lots of passages in it, and I'm still reading the entire book. And I'll be doing some television on it later today, because obviously at CNN we're doing a lot of promotion of it. But there's one passage that really stands out to me, and it's, there's a passage that says there was an enormous cover-up led by Joe Biden's family to cover up his mental and physical decline, and that the country was being run by 5 unelected people, and at best, Joe Biden was a senior member of the board. Now, that doesn't sound like the U.S. Constitution to me. That sounds like a cabal of people who have inflicted a constitutional crisis on the United States of America. Now, the Democrats are saying, well, he's not the president anymore. We shouldn't be looking in the rearview mirror. But this is the biggest scandal in modern American political history. Finally, by the way, after all these years, we could put Carl Bernstein on TV to say something's worse than Watergate, and it'll actually be true. It's worse than Watergate. Finally, the first time in your life you've heard that, and it's actually true.
So what's going to happen? Because it seems like they're all in protection mode right now, and I've got this feeling that Trump's smelling the blood in the water. So where do you think it goes?
Well, I think from an oversight perspective, the Republicans in Congress have a duty and a responsibility to haul all these people in front of Congress and to ask them questions about how deep the conspiracy was to cover up the mental, cognitive decline of Joe Biden, and to ask a simple question. Who was running the country? Who was making decisions for the country? Was the president aware of decisions being made in his name? That's the purpose of the coming oversight that I hope that we're going to get. That's number one. Number two, as a political matter, I don't know what you think, but I think if I'm an average voter and I'm looking at these two political parties and I see what the Democrats were willing to lie to me about for the last 4 years, I think they're in a deep hole of credibility with the American people. And as a political matter, it's going to take them a long time to get out of that hole. I mean, every senior member of the Democratic Party that's still in power, still in office today, went on your television and told you, oh, Joe Biden's fine. Behind closed doors, he rides unicycles and juggles knives and does trigonometry. That's what they told you. So when they come on your TV now and lie about President Trump's tax plans or what the Republicans want to do about this policy or something going on in the Middle East, why should you believe a thing they would say when they have lied to you, clearly lied to you about something as fundamental as the condition of the President of the United States?
Well, you shouldn't. And take that a little step further, and with your profession or industry, it's going to be very tough as well, is because so many people on these various networks had to have seen what was happening, and they chose to look the other way as well. So their credibility, for the most part, I don't know how do they regain their credibility. I guess that's what Jake Tapper's trying to do now by exposing it. The timeliness of it's weird, but how does the media fix what they've done?
Well, look, some people in the media were better than others, and I'm one who believes this book, Jake and Alex. By the way, if you don't know Alex Thompson from Axios, he was one of the first reporters actually to begin to write stories with sources inside the White House saying, hey, there are things really, really wrong with the president. So I think Alex was one of the good actors on this from the beginning. But I think this book is a serious public service. Without this catalog of all the ways that the Democrats and the Biden family and the people running the White House without the catalog of all the ways they were covering up for the President of the United States, we might not know exactly the extent, the deepness of the conspiracy that existed. That's number one. And number two, it might not lead to, if we didn't have this book, it might not lead to what I think should be the coming oversight hearings from Congress about what the Democrats did to the people of the United States in the wake of the 2020 election. So I'm grateful for the book. I'm looking forward to finishing it. And I think everybody should read it because it's an expose of the rot inside of one of your two major political parties. And it ought to really affect how you think about every election moving forward.
So if you were president right now, or if you were attorney general, what steps do you think should be taken to, as you described it, I described it the same way, fix this rot? Yeah,
I think the questions that ought to be asked are what was going on inside the White House in terms of official decision making. I mean, the Constitution is pretty clear. There are certain powers that only the president has. So I think we ought to be asking the question, was the president himself exercising these powers, or were people who were unelected exercising powers on his behalf that he didn't know about? And if so, what is the result of that? What can be done about that? Are all the decisions that Joe Biden made actually legitimate? So just as a legal or as a constitutional matter, I think we have to ask ourselves, was the President of the United States being usurped by people around him? I think it's a legitimate question at this point, and obviously this book is a kickoff for that discussion, but there are lots of questions that need to be asked of the people who were in the White House around Biden. I mean, it's pretty obvious, at least the last 2 years, a small group of people shielded him, even from his own cabinet. I mean, there's reporting that he didn't even see his cabinet for the last 2 years. So presidential decrees, presidential decisions, the things that were coming out, supposedly the Oval Office, did the president even know about it? I mean, to me, it's a core constitutional question about whether his power was being exercised by people that we did not elect.
And what's scary about it is, given his current condition, which is probably worse than when he was on the campaign, the being able to get to the heart of it, you're not going to be able to bring him back in and subpoena him and put him on a stand or do some sort of deposition, because if he couldn't do it before with Robert Hur, he's not going to be able to do it now. So I don't even know, who do you ask at this point as to determine what the auto pen, I guess it was like 2,500 commutations that were done under his name. How do we even determine at this point if they all just clam up?
Well, I think you start with the family. I mean, it's pretty obvious that the First Lady, Jill Biden, and Hunter Biden were heavily influential, if not outright running the White House at the end. And then there's another group of close aides to Joe Biden. If you read the book, you can see there's a handful of close aides around him that really were the driver of the conspiracy around shielding him from his own government, shielding him from the public, and kind of running the country either beside him or on top of him. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's a small group of people that are close aides and family. But I also think senior members of the Democratic Party, from Chuck Schumer to Hakeem Jeffries, all these people that you saw come on television day after day after day and told you, the American public, he's fine. I've been around him. He's great. He's sharp. Everything is fine. Well, we know that is just not the case. And I think they ought to have to answer questions about why they lied to the American people when they obviously knew the truth. Not just the truth, but they have governing responsibility. I mean, these are people that are constitutional officers, right? They're sitting members of Congress. They hold positions of leadership. If they thought the president was impaired for any reason, why didn't they come forward? Why didn't they take some kind of an action? So I just look at all these people who were ultimately complicit in this cover-up, and I think everybody here ought to have to answer questions about what they saw and about what they did or didn't do in this case to warn the American people. By the way, you mentioned Robert Hur. They slandered Robert Hur. They slandered this man. He warned us. He writes a report and says, you couldn't even put this man in front of a jury because he's too confused. He warned us. And what did they do to him at the time?
Slayed him.
They took a public service. They slandered him. They slandered him every night for weeks. Even the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, slandered this man. They all owe this man an apology. All he did was his job, and he got slandered for it, and it's terrible.
So they impeached President Trump over a phone call. They let Biden slide with the whole, bribery thing. Do the Republicans have the stomach to start dragging some of these people for testimony?
I hope so. I think yes. And I'm from Kentucky, so I actually have a lot of confidence in the head of the House Oversight Committee, Jamie Comer, who I think did yeoman's work exposing initially what he called the Biden crime family. He had a New York Times best-selling book about all of his findings. And by the way, look what they did to Jamie.
Yeah.
He does all this work, pulling all this evidence together that the Bidens were profiting off the presidency and money was changing hands, money from foreign sources. He did a great job with that, and they slandered him too.
Yeah.
But I have a lot, but he kept going, and I have a lot of confidence that Congressman Comer, who's been, I think, just done amazing work on the Bidens, has the stomach to keep at it, because this really goes beyond corruption. This goes to the heart of our Constitution. Does the Constitution mean anything? When we say we're going to elect a president and the president exercises power, what does that mean to us? What does that mean to us in light of what we now know about this cover-up?
So you're from Kentucky. I got a strong question for you. What's in your future? Are you going to go after? I know you got a great job and great gig going with CNN. Are you going to go after Mitch McConnell's seat, or are you going to stay at CNN?
Well, I don't have any announcements to make about that. I can only tell you what I'm doing right now, which is I just signed a new 3-year contract with CNN. I'm coming up on my 8th anniversary with the network, so I'll be there for another 3 years. I'm trying to sell this book, A Revolution of Common Sense, to anybody who wants to buy it. You can pre-order it on Amazon right now, and it's coming out this fall. But that's my real focus right now. Yes, Kentucky has a Senate seat in the future. Also, we have some other people looking at it that I actually am quite fond of and have been friendly with over the years. I'm confident that we'll keep the seat in Republican hands. And I'll just say this, politics is a team sport. Donald Trump's the head of our team. He's our head coach. At some point, I expect him in the future to weigh in on what's best for the Republican Party as it relates to that seat in 2026. And my view is when he does, the Republicans ought to look at that, salute, listen to the president, and move forward as a unified party, because I don't think a divisive primary serves anybody very well at all. We've got some tough Senate races out there. We ought not make Kentucky one of them by fighting amongst ourselves. So I'm kind of waiting to see how the president weighs in on this in the future. But right now, I got 2 things to do: go on TV every night and bring common sense to CNN, and sell this book, A Revolution of Common Sense. That's my focus.
Tell me about the book.
It's a great book. I had the idea after the inaugural because the president had this great line. It's a revolution of common sense. That was in the inaugural. He says it sometimes. And I went to him in early February and I pitched him on this idea about having a book that covered roughly the first 100 days of his presidency. And he agreed to cooperate. So I've interviewed and spent time with him, a lot of members of the cabinet, senior members in the White House. I went to Michigan with the president on his 100th day in office on Air Force One. So it's a mixture of my observations, some interviews, me kind of bringing up some issues and some analysis of things that have happened in the first 100 days. But it all leads back to the president's statement in the inaugural, a revolution of common sense, which I think is actually the new branding of the Republican Party. People say, what kind of ideology does the party have? It's very simple. We're the common sense party. And by definition, the Democrats are the party of uncommon nonsense. So I think Trump's done a brilliant job with branding, and I think he deserves a defense of his first 100 days. He's put a lot of things in the water here, from cultural issues to economic issues to foreign policy issues. And I just think there'll be 100 books attacking Donald Trump about everything he's done. And I wanted there to be one book that tracked back to the original idea of the whole thing, which is I'm just trying to do what's common sense. So that's why the title is what it is. He's on the cover, and you can pre-order it now and get it before Christmas. It'll be an amazing Christmas gift.
December 2nd is when it actually lands, right?
That's what it says now. I think there's a chance we'll move it up to November, depending on the publishing infrastructure of the country. But either way, it'll come out this fall. I wanted people to be able to have it before Christmas because I think if you're somebody who generally is glad that Donald Trump is back, or even if you're somebody who just wants to know a little bit more about what's motivating these issues and his leadership style, I think it'd be great to put that on your bookshelf or put it under a Christmas tree at the end of the year.
Well, I will for sure push it, and actually when it comes out, I'll actually buy a bunch and just give them out to some of the people in our community. Last question for you, because I know you got to get ready for your show tonight. They're going to pass this bill, or are we wasting our time with it?
Gosh, I hope so. This is the president's agenda, and look, it's a big conference. There's a lot of people with a lot of different ideas, but ultimately, they say there's 2 parties in Washington, the House and the Senate. And in this case, we're in the House, and we've got to get it out of the House so we can then go over to the Senate and start that process. I mean, we still have weeks or months to go here to get this done. But at the end of the day, what is true? A, this is the president's agenda that he ran on and won the election on. Right. B, we have to cut taxes. We have to prevent the largest tax increase in American history, which is what will happen if they don't make the tax cuts permanent. C, we need historic investment in border security, even though I have to point out Donald Trump has effectively closed the southern border. And D, massive energy deregulation. This will lower energy costs. There's a ton of stuff in here for the American people that everybody will benefit from. And yes, you in New York may not get all the SALT caps you want. And yes, you may not get the exact Medicaid tweaks you want. I mean, it's a big bill, a big, beautiful bill, as the president says. But at its core, the question is this. If you're a Republican who got elected, do you want to be the person who derailed Donald Trump's agenda? He's doing what he can on executive branch stuff. You got to do your part on legislative branch stuff. I don't think one works without the other. So my advice is, Republicans, get behind the head coach. He called the play. Let's run it right here on behalf of the American people.
Do you film in Washington or New York?
It depends on the show. Our 10 o'clock debating show with Abby Phillip each night is in New York.
Okay.
Some of the shows that I do, like Casey Hunt, The Arena, which is at 4 in the afternoon, that's in Washington. The Sunday show, State of the Union, that's in Washington. But I usually come to New York and do the 10 o'clock show with Abby. That's where we do it most often.
All right. Well, we'll be watching, supporting you. You always get the clips because I don't know how you do it because you just have that breath of sanity amongst the insane. So we definitely applaud everything you do every single night. You guys can catch him on Abby Phillips' show. What's the name of the show? Is it just called Abby Phillips?
It's called Newsnight with Abby Phillip. It's at 10 o'clock Eastern each night on CNN.
And we're going to push that book pretty hard. So, Scott, thank you very, very much. Let us know what your future plans are if you happen to make that turn and go for something in Kentucky. Thank you very much.
My plan is to check and see how many books we sold today. So I'll be letting you know.
Thank you, brother. I'll make sure. I'm going to put it up now. Thank you very much for coming on in.
Thank you, Barry.
All right, bye-bye. All right, again, that's the book. The book is The Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. That's by Scott Jennings. You can pre-order on Amazon. And like I said, when it comes out, I will get a couple copies and just hand them out to you guys as well. But if you'd like to support Scott and his fight every single night, please, by all means, get yourself on that pre-registration list. And then for further support, go ahead and follow him on X. And then, of course, watch the show if you can stomach it. If not, we always post clips of it. He's got a tough job. Tough job having to battle those nuts. All right, so it's 12:53. We're backing right into the 1 o'clock hour with Caroline Levitt. They're getting everything set up in the press briefing room. So I'm gonna play this, and we'll get back to you in a second. We'll take some comments.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so thank you guys I hope you enjoyed listening to Scott. If that's the first time you've seen him, check in. If you can stomach it, go ahead and check in on CNN at 10 o'clock, or just watch it on the replay, or just go to his X profile. He often posts clips of what he goes through. That one that I just posted before he got on, that's pretty much how he has to do battle every single night, with 4 or 5 absolute nuts opposing him and just saying some of the craziest stuff that comes out of their mouths. So I hope you enjoyed him. I hope you guys understand it. Those are the type of guests that we really want to get on. I hope you guys liked it. We're going to continue with that. Ashley, can I tell him the one you just booked? Okay, I'm going to drop something, so I don't know if Ashley is telling me I can do it or not, but she just booked Ben Carson. Ben Carson will be coming on. I'm not sure of the date yet. She didn't give me that text. She just said Ben Carson has been confirmed. So she's kicking butt. She is kicking butt and taking names. Ashley, this is for you. And I just got to say, because many of you guys probably don't know, Ashley was a teacher. She didn't have any media experience, none whatsoever. And she sunk her teeth into this, and there's things she's doing on both sides. I'm sorry, I got to give props to my girl. And she's embraced this, and she's just on the phone with people in the White House and doing all kinds of things to book as many people as possible with no experience. She jumped right into it. And oftentimes that's very, very good. That's also what I tell people in real estate. Sometimes if you jump into something when you don't know what can go wrong, it can be rarely successful because no one's telling you, oh, you can't do that. Hey, you want to call the White House? Call the White House. Really? Just go ahead and call them. And so she's been getting these people to pick up the phone, and the more we get, the farther it gets where people start saying, oh, she was on the show. Nancy Mace? Oh, maybe Scott Jennings and Tim Burchett. And hey, what about us? She's got James Comer booked. So I love it, and I just wanted to give some props to my girl because I haven't done that enough. And in addition to all that, she's helping out with the sponsorship and the marketing. And so she's helping make the entire business more profitable. She's helping the viewership, everything. That's my daughter. It feels good. It really feels good. Speaking of sponsorship, speaking of dollar bills, I got to talk to you about this before Caroline Levitt comes on. Oh, I see Robin folded the flag that I messed up. So I want to tell you about the blanket. Folks, this is the Trump blanket. It's an awesome blanket. Where's the part where it says Donald Trump? That's just how big it is. I have to find where it is. There it is. Donald Trump. There's the blankie right there. Love it. Love that blanket. Okay, folks, this blanket is commemorative. It's hilarious. And Patriot Addict is offering it exclusive to the Fanfare community. For a limited time only, they're giving away. This is free. Free. You don't have to pay anything. It's a free blanket. All you pay is shipping. No hidden charges, no recurring fees, none of that. Just cover a small shipping fee, and it's yours. I'm not really sure what the shipping fee is on this. Maybe some of you guys can tell people in the audience what the shipping fee is. I know what the shipping fee is on a knife, but I'm not really sure. I think it's like $12. It's more than a blanket. It's a bold symbol of America's comeback and real leadership. There's the blankie. All right. And let's be honest, if your liberals' neighbors see it, it's going to drive them absolutely bat poop crazy. Patriot Addict is doing this to show their support for Trump in these challenging times and to make room in the warehouse. This is the blanket. All right. But this offer is only available for those of you here in the Fanfare family. Don't wait. Scan the QR code right there and head over. And that's it. That's all you got to do. Scan the QR code right there. Grab it. It's free. It's absolutely free. You just pay a shipping charge. All right, so then in addition to that, I have to say, as I always do, understand it's an e-commerce business. The idea is to give you a product that you may like, and perhaps you will buy something else. I got an email again yesterday, and somebody goes, oh, it's a scam. They put all these windows up. Stop. Stop feeling like you're scammed. Nobody's trying to steal 12 or 15 or 50 bucks from you. That's not how this works. It's not how any of this works. If you have a problem and you don't like the other windows, just click off of them. No harm, no foul. I mean, it's not... People have done it. They've traversed through their sales funnel, as it's called. In case you guys didn't know, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about e-commerce. You guys like to know about business. While we're waiting for that to come on, it's called a sales funnel. The whole idea is if you take people through a journey, they may buy something else, and it helps them with their income. So you don't have to buy anything. You can get the free blanket and move on. But nobody's trying to scam you. Mistakes can happen. Sometimes if you click a button and not realize it, oh, this is live? Okay, she's on right now. Let's go, girl.
See so many beautiful faces in this room and so many future leaders. Hi, Eloise. You look so cute back there. I'm so excited to host this briefing today in honor of National Bring Your Kids to Work Day, and it's great to see so many future leaders here. Welcome to the James S. Brady Briefing Room. My name is Caroline Levitt, and I am the White House Press Secretary for President Donald J. Trump. He is the 45th and now the 47th President of the United States. My job at the White House is to communicate the President's message to the American people and to answer questions from journalists who work in this building every day, many of whom are your moms and your dads. Now, they ask me some pretty good questions, but I'm sure you will all have excellent questions to ask me yourselves. So before we open it up to questions today, I will give you a very short update on what the President is working on today. Earlier this morning, President Trump traveled to Capitol Hill to meet with members of the House of Representatives to talk about the one big, beautiful bill that we are trying to pass through Congress. The President is now back at the White House where he is taking meetings, and later this afternoon he will be making an announcement from the Oval Office with our Secretary of Defense. He's in charge of our military, Pete Hegseth. So I want to thank all of you for coming today. It's great to have you here at the People's House. And you have some very special parents who perform a very special job. And we are here to make America great again. And we live in the history of the world. And we are all very blessed to be here. So with that, thank you. I am happy to take some of your questions. And why don't you start us off, beautiful little girl? Go ahead.
What's your question for Mr. Trump?
She's thinking very hard about it.
You can ask it. You can ask it. She wants to know if Donald Trump likes to give hugs.
Oh, does he like to give hugs? You know, I think he does. I have seen him give many hugs to children and his family and our beautiful First Lady. So yes, I do think he likes to give hugs. You're welcome. Emily, would you like to ask a question?
Yes. What is the funnest part about your job and the hardest part about your job?
Wow. Well, that is definitely a very good question. I think the most fun part about my job is doing things like this with all of you in the briefing room and answering so many great questions. I think the hardest part of my job is also doing things like this in the briefing room and answering all of these questions. And reading the news is a big part of my job every day. I wake up and read the newspaper and watch the news and listen to all of the things that your parents are reporting on in the news. And that's a big part of my job every day. Frankie, go ahead. What is President Trump's favorite food? Well, President Trump loves a lot of different foods, but I think his favorite is probably steak. I've had steak with him on many occasions, and he likes to eat a big, beautiful steak. Do you like steak, Frankie? Yes? Okay. Jack, nice to see you. I like your hat. You're welcome. Would you like to ask a question?
What's the state of the border?
What's the state of the border? I can assure you the border is the most secure it has ever been in the history of our country. And I think your dad works for the Homeland Security Council, so that's a very apropos question, and your dad's doing a great job securing the border. Hazel Jane, what a beautiful name. ask a question? Okay.
Actually, can you come back to me?
Sure. I can come back to you. I'd be happy to. Bobby Lynn? Our country, and I think your dad works for the Homeland Security Council, so that's a very apropos question, and your dad's doing a great job securing the border. Hazel Jane, what a beautiful name. Would you like to ask a question? Okay.
Actually, can you come back to me?
Sure. I can come back to you. I'd be happy to. Bobby Lynn?
How many people has he fired?
How many people has he fired? Thus far, actually, we have not had anyone fired, with the exception of one individual who did leave their job. But we have a great team here so far. So good. Thank you for the question. Yes, little man. Is that your mommy? Your mommy is a great journalist. What's your question?
What's Donald Trump's favorite ice cream? He wants to know.
Ooh. I have seen the president eat ice cream sundaes before with chocolate sauce and some toppings too. Raise your hand if you like ice cream sundaes. It's a very popular policy position to have. Yes, very good. Dario, would you like to go?
What is the president? If the president had a superpower, what would it be?
Wow. If the president could have a superpower, what would it be? That is a very good question. I think if he had a superpower, it would be to just snap his fingers and solve all of our country's problems just like that, because he likes to get things done very quickly, but sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Like today, he had to go to Capitol Hill to convince people to vote for his one big beautiful bill. I bet if he had a superpower, he would snap his fingers and get it passed immediately, but life doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Go ahead, buddy.
What is Donald Trump's favorite soccer player?
Favorite soccer player? I don't know the answer to that. It's a very good question. I will check in with the president and get back to you. How's that sound? But I know he likes soccer and he likes all sports. Go ahead.
Does Trump leave the country each week?
Does he leave the country each week? No, he doesn't. We left the country last week and we went on a long trip to the Middle East. Very far away, but we have some plans to leave the country later this year, but most weeks he's right here at the White House working very hard. Nora, go ahead.
Which is Donald Trump's favorite president besides himself?
It's a good question, because it would be probably himself. No, I think that perhaps he would say George Washington. I know he speaks very highly of George Washington, who was, of course, the first president of our great country, and he has his big, beautiful portrait hanging in the Oval Office above the fireplace. Good question. Go ahead. You look very professional and beautiful.
Thank you so much. What's it like? For you, I have a question for you. What is it like balancing a baby and your job as the press secretary as your age?
Sure. It's a very good question, and my baby is here with my mother. As you can see, he does not know what's going on. But it is a challenge every day, but it's also a blessing to have this opportunity and to be a mom. So you have to learn to prioritize your time and lean on your support system, which is my mother and my husband and my family and friends. And you can do it. You just have to work very hard. Yes.
Hi, my name is Harcelli Victoria. My mom is Sariana Veras.
Oh, nice to meet you.
My question is, as press secretary, as the youngest press secretary, what advice would you give to young girls like me who want to achieve their dreams?
It's a great question, and you're so beautiful. My best advice would be to work as hard as you possibly can and just pursue every opportunity that opens up and is given to you, and just work as hard as you can.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Behind you. Yeah.
What is Donald Trump going to do about climate change?
What is Donald Trump going to do about climate change? Well, that is a very good question. The president cares very much about our environment. He says all the time he wants to have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, the cleanest environment for the world. He also cares very much about our energy independence and ensuring that we can keep the lights on in our homes at a very cheap rate. So we want to make energy here in the United States because we do it cleaner and better than everyone. So I think that's how the president would answer that question. You're welcome. Go ahead.
What is your favorite country that you've been to before?
What is my favorite country I've been to before? Oh, wow. That's a very good question. Well, I've been to many countries. I lived in Italy for a few months to study, but I very much enjoyed our trip last week to the Middle East, where the president went to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, and they were 3 beautiful countries. We'll take a couple more questions to the back of that beautiful high hand. Go ahead.
What pets did Donald Trump have when he grew up and also right now?
What was that, buddy?
What pets did Donald Trump have when he grew up and also right now?
Well, he doesn't have any pets right now. I don't know if he had any pets when he was growing up. I'll have to check with him and ask, but there's no pets at the White House right now, except for our great canine Secret Service dog friends that are here to protect us. Hazel Jan, did you remember your question?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
What's the president's religion?
What's the president's religion? The president is a Christian and he believes in Jesus. Yes? In the back?
What did the president do today?
What did the president do today? The president was very busy today. He went to Capitol Hill earlier today, and then he's here back at the White House, and he's doing meetings, and then he's going to do a big announcement at 3 o'clock where all of your moms and dads will be able to ask him questions directly. Go ahead, buddy. What was that, buddy? How much candy does he eat a day? A good amount. A good amount of candy, yes. He likes pink Starburst and Tootsie Rolls. Yes, buddy, go ahead. We'll take 2 more.
Starburst.
What's the president's favorite order at McDonald's?
President's favorite order at McDonald's. He loves McDonald's hamburgers and French fries. Who doesn't? They're good. In the back. Go ahead, bud.
Your least favorite news outlet?
My least favorite what?
News outlet.
I could tell you're a staff kid, not a journalist kid. Did someone say ABC? Honestly, it depends on the day. Go ahead, honey.
What is President Trump's favorite room in the White House?
Favorite room in the White House? I think his favorite room in the White House is definitely the Oval Office because it's so beautiful and he has decked it out in gold. It's now MAGA gold in there. Yes, go ahead, one more.
What's his favorite child?
That is a very controversial question, and I am not going to answer it. I know he loves all of his children very much, and they're all great kids. Some of them were here yesterday. We'll do one more to the little girl in the back behind you. Yes.
Who's your favorite president?
Who's my favorite president? Well, that's a good question to answer. Donald Trump. Thank you guys so very much. It's good to see all of you. Thank you for coming. We'll see you later. You're welcome. Happy National Bring Your Kids to Work.
Well, that's not what I expected, but it was a very, very good surprise. That was absolutely awesome. I've never seen that before. The only thing that could have made that better, is if he walked out and started taking some questions from the kids. That would have been just incredible. You're never going to see that from never going to see it now from Biden, but you never would have seen that because the way that Caroline handled that, and I know many of you probably thought the same thing, she handled that like a mom. and not going to say anything, but KJP, nope, she's not a mom. And she'll probably never be a mom. She might have a rent-a-baby, but she ain't going to have a baby. She handled that like she was talking to her own kids. Loved it. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Number one, trying to keep 20, 25 kids. Y'all need to chill. And then saying, okay, I'm going to start taking kids from you one at a time, please. And she handled it like a pro, an absolute pro. Loved it. All right, so I guess the next thing we have coming up is at 3 o'clock, President Trump is meeting with, what's his name? Pete Hegseth, and doing something. I'm not sure if we'll be live by then. I do have a bunch more stuff to go through with you. It's possibly we could be live, but we shall see. So this is President Trump today talking to members of Congress about the big, beautiful bill and trying to get it passed.
Monica, you good?
Mr. President, should Republicans that hinder this bill be primary?
Possibly. We'll have to see. I think we have a very, very united party. This man has done a fantastic job, and so have you, Lisa. Thank you. But this man has done a fantastic job. He's a real unifier. I don't think anybody else could have done it. We had, I just said to your cohorts downstairs, we had a majority of one for a period of 5 months. And he kept it together, and we actually passed things. And nobody else could have done that. He's done a fantastic job as Speaker. We have a very, very unified party. Remember, we had one, and now we have 7. We won elections. I want to win a lot of elections. The economy is good. I just had my highest poll numbers ever. And we had a big trip to the Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. We brought it back to our country. 180 Boeing aircraft are being built now because of that trip and many other things. That's how we started. The economy is doing great. The stock market's higher now than when I came to office, and we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff money, and we've had no inflation. You know, they kept saying inflation. There's no inflation. Groceries are down. Gasoline is way down. Everything is down. All energy costs are down. I'll tell you, to me, maybe the most respected thing, you saw the way they respected me between Qatar and Saudi Arabia and UAE, probably the richest, certainly the richest of their type nation, great places, unbelievable amounts of money. They respect our country again. They were going to go to China. China was going to take over those countries 100%. They were dealing with China because they weren't treated right by the last administration. And they have tremendous economic power. They have more money than anybody. We probably have more money, but we have other things as this. They are very cash rich, to put it mildly. And they're spending 5.1 trillion. Probably it's going to be 7 trillion by the time we stop. And somebody said every other president goes and leaves and spends money, gives other countries money. I'm the only one that goes and takes money back. When you think of it, I said, that's an interesting statement. I never thought of it that way. But we have this is really just a pep talk. We have a very unified House, and we have a very unified Senate. And Mike is doing a phenomenal job as Speaker. He's going to be there a long time. And we have a man in the Senate, our leader, Thune. Mr. Thune is doing a great job. I've gotten to like him a lot, and he's doing a fantastic job. Between the two guys, very different personalities, actually, in certain ways, but they are doing a fantastic job. I don't think the Republican Party has ever been so unified. It's become a much bigger party. We're winning the labor vote. We won the Teamsters. We won votes that but look how well we did with the automakers. And by the way, the president of the automakers is now my biggest fan. He said, he did tariffs. You know how many auto plants are being built now in this country because of the tariffs? 3 just announced yesterday that they're building. There is a revolution going on, a positive one, in our country, and I love it, and we're doing really well.
And will negotiations to stop, Mr. President? Do you want the negotiations to be over now?
Which negotiation?
Over this bill.
Oh yeah, well it's going to be. We're going to be putting it in soon, and I think we're going to have great support. We're going to make a couple of tweaks. I mean, we don't want to benefit Democrat governors, although I would do that if it made it better, but they don't know what they're doing.
So
We don't want to do any damage to the state. We want to help all the states, but we have governors that are from the Democrat Party. Let's say New York, Illinois, big ones, and let's say Gavin Newsom, who's done a horrible job in California. We want to benefit we want to benefit Republicans because they are the ones that are going to make America great again. The Democrats are destroying our country, and you see that with the past administration, with an open borders policy that allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone cold murderers, killers, and trouble. Yeah. Say it.
What are you planning to tell the fiscal hawks who want to delay?
I'm a fiscal hawk.
They don't think this comes enough.
I'm a bigger fiscal hawk. There's nobody like me as a
Thomas
fiscal
Massey said that adds more deficit than Biden did, and this bill kind of...
Because we have to fix the country.
Do you think that Thomas Massey is correct in saying that this is adding Biden?
No, I don't think Thomas Massey understands government. I think he's a grandstander, frankly. He'll probably vote. We don't even talk to him much. I think he should be voted out of office. And I just don't think he understands government. If you ask him a couple of questions, he never gives you an answer. He just says, I'm a no. He thinks he's going to get publicity. And you have that. You have that. They've got some too. Go ahead.
Mr. President, on Medicaid, do you want work requirements phased in next year? Do you think
Here's what I
possible?
want on Medicaid. We're not touching anything. All I want is one thing. 3 words. We don't want any waste, fraud, or abuse. Very simple. Waste, fraud, abuse. Other than that, we're leaving it. Medicare, we're leaving it. All we're after, and this is for the good of it, is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. That's all we're doing. We're not touching it. The Democrats are going to destroy it. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, do you think you'll be able to convince Chip Roy and Ralph Norman to vote for this bill?
Waste, fraud, and abuse. That's all the cuts we're doing. Thank you very much.
So as you watch that, you can see he doesn't seem too concerned. He must have went up there with the big hammer and told these guys, get it done. He didn't have too much flattering comments about Thomas Massey, so Thomas Massey's goose may be cooked. First thing he said when he came down the stairs, do you think Republicans who don't get behind this should be primaried? And he said, yeah, I think so. And so if Thomas Massey doesn't get behind this bill, he's probably gone. Thomas Massey from Kentucky might just be ending his career. Elon and a bunch of other people will no doubt primary the hell out of him. So, I don't know, Thomas. I understand this is a hill you want to die on, but it seems as though the president's like, I gotta have this. No doubt about it. All right, so let's continue.
Thank you to all the senators for your participation and oversight into the Department of Homeland Security. I'm looking forward to visiting with you about all of the accomplishments that we've been able to tackle these first several months of this Trump administration. I'm also blessed to have my husband with me today, so I thank him for his support and my family's support as well as I fill this role for our country. Having previously served 8 years as a member of Congress, it's my distinct honor to be on this side of the dais today as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Today, I'm proud to discuss all of our accomplishments since President Trump took office, and he has set us a full agenda as a priority. High on the list is the mandate, and was the mandate on the very first day, to secure our southern border and to start deporting illegal criminal aliens. The border crisis is the biggest problem that was facing our country, and it was one that was imperative to fixing for our nation's future. We're solving this crisis at a record pace, and we have delivered the most secure border in American history. We've obtained near complete operational control of the border, with daily encounters down 93% since President Trump took office. And because we're fixing this biggest challenge so quickly, President Trump can focus on other priorities as well and problems that are facing the American people. Let's just look at the last 10 days. Last week, he signed a historic prescription drug reduction and pricing executive order that will slash prices for the American people. After that, he went on a trip to completely rewrite America's relationship with the Middle East. During this trip, he secured trillions of dollars of new investments in the United States with several Middle Eastern countries. He's also taking steps towards rebuilding our relationship with Syria. The last living American hostage held by Hamas, Eden Alexander, was finally released and returned home to his family. He announced major new trade deals with both China and the United Kingdom. And just yesterday, President Trump jump-started ceasefire talks between Russia and Ukraine. And with only the kind of leadership that President Trump could provide, we prevented the breakout of an all-out war between India and Pakistan. These historic accomplishments were possible because President Trump confronted right away the chaos at the southern border. President Trump can continue to not only make America safe, but he can also continue to work to make the entire world safer. Now, at the Department of Homeland Security under President Trump, we've already delivered a drastic turnaround in Homeland Security, from the southern border to our Coast Guard to cyberspace. And we're just getting started. The secure border has allowed our men and women of law enforcement at DHS to zero in on fighting cartels and their illicit activities. Under President Trump, we have designated 6 cartels and 4 dangerous criminal gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. This has allowed us to take a whole-of-government approach to going after these murderers and these drug traffickers. In March, fentanyl traffic at the border fell 54% compared to the previous year. And once again, the United States is enforcing immigration laws to arrest, identify, detain, and remove dangerous illegal alien criminals. We're prioritizing those that are a public safety threat to people, especially those who are affiliated with the terrorist organizations MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Customs and Border Protection has worked to enforce President Trump's America First trade agenda, and the Biden administration's trade policies that hollowed out America's industrial base have been changed. We are no longer shipping our jobs overseas. Instead, we're using tariffs as an effective negotiating tool. The Department of Homeland Security is reforming emergency management in this country. We have the FEMA Review Council, which will be doing the work to make recommendations and also work with this body to change the department into something that actually gives more local and state control. And that first council meeting is today. We are also taking steps to defend the nation's transportation systems, which are vulnerable targets for attack. The Transportation Security Administration is responsible for ensuring all of the safety of individuals who travel. In a single day, there are 45,000 flights and nearly 2.9 million Americans and passengers in the United States. We're also fulfilling our obligation, and did do so, to implement Real ID, which was enacted and put in law over 20 years ago. Validated IDs secure travel, safeguard our elections, and help make sure that we never experience another tragedy like 9/11 again. And as technology advances, so do the threats to our nation. That's why cybersecurity is so crucial to our future. Countries like Communist China have the capability and the intent to infiltrate and to potentially disrupt our critical infrastructure systems. Despite these threats, the Biden administration instead used CISA to promote politics and police speech. Under President Trump, we've been working to get CISA back on its intended cybersecurity mission. The Coast Guard is the only branch of the U.S. Armed Forces that is under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. It has many missions with specialized needs. And as we secure our southern border, the cartels have shifted their activities out into our maritime borders. The Coast Guard has already surpassed fiscal year 2024's drug interdiction numbers just since President Trump took office. And they have also excelled at search and rescue while interdiction of illicit substances as well. Still, the Coast Guard is facing our greatest readiness crisis since World War II. We have a plan to reinvigorate this critical component to make sure they're ready for the future. And with Force Design 2028, we will transform the Coast Guard into a more agile, capable, and responsive force. We're making sure that they have the resources and that they have the vision to lead and to be the point of the spear in the future. Now, since I took office, one of the responsibilities that I have is in reforming the Secret Service. We've reassessed the Secret Service's needs. We've gotten recruitment away from DEI recruitment that the Biden administration was doing, and we're making sure that they're equipped and ready to take on the task of protecting our future leaders and the leaders of today. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and thank this committee for your time today and allowing me to get the facts out into this important issues and topics that we'll be discussing today and to visit with this committee. I'm so grateful to the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security for all the good work they're doing to serve the American public. They're examples of bravery and patriotism and dedication. It's our responsibility to continue to provide for them the resources that they need to continue doing the important work that they do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to answering your questions, and I yield back.
So that was Kristi Noem obviously answering some questions or doing her opening statement today. That may have seemed a little dry, but what I'm about to show you, some of the stuff gets kind of like fiery, as they've been trying very hard to show their asses in front of these cabinet members.
I will say this, even with the reforms we put in place and what we're suggesting is changes to our foreign aid, we still will provide more foreign aid, more humanitarian support than the next 10 countries combined, than the entire OECD, and far more than China. China doesn't do humanitarian aid. China does predatory lending. That's what Belt and Road Initiative is. That's what all of their aid. They have zero record of doing humanitarian aid in the world. And frankly, they don't know how to do it. They have no interest in doing it. What they're very good at is going into some country, making you a loan, and then holding that debt over your head. And that's what they continue doing. By the way, you have to hire a Chinese company to do it. So I don't agree with this assessment that there's no evidence whatsoever that China has either the capacity or the will to replace the U.S. in humanitarian assistance, in food deliveries, or in developmental assistance for that matter. We provide development assistance. They provide debt traps. And that's a point over and over again around the world that we've made, and we've found receptive audiences to it. Now look, anytime you undertake reforms of this magnitude that needed to be made, you're going to have hiccups and you're also going to have controversy. But these reforms had to happen. At USAID, 12 cents of every dollar was reaching the recipient. That means that in order for us to get aid to somebody, we had to spend all this other money supporting this foreign aid industrial complex. We're going to find more efficient ways to deliver aid to people directly, and it's going to be directed by our regional bureaus, and it's going to sponsor programs that make a difference, and it's going to be part of a holistic approach to our foreign policy. And I look forward to engaging with this committee and the appropriators as well, and ensuring that we get to the right place on that. My last point I would make, and this is something I am very proud of. I believe, and I'm not besmirching anyone else, but I believe that the approach we have taken at the State Department, and frankly at USAID, but at State Department, to move forward reforms that involved intake from all of our partners, that required input from people within the building. Many of the reforms we've made were driven by people inside the building, many of whom have worked there for 20 or 30 years. And now we are engaged with Congress, both in the House and Senate, in a comment period where we're taking many of your comments and are making changes to our organizational proposals that we look forward to bringing back to you with an official congressional notification. And even after that, there'll be an opportunity to move forward. But the State Department had to change. I'm telling you, it was no longer at the center of American foreign policy. It had often been replaced by the National Security Council or by some other agency of government, when in fact we have these highly talented people, many of whom have served in multiple posts around the world and have a holistic view of how foreign policy needs to be conducted, that were being edged out. Because you know what? When I get a decision memo early on at the State Department and they would hand me these memos, there were 40 boxes on this piece of paper. That means 40 people had to check off, yes, okay, before it even got to me. That's ridiculous. That takes too long. That's why people said, don't use State Department. They take too long and it's too cumbersome. And any one of those little boxes didn't get checked, the memo didn't move up the chain. That can't continue. We can't move at that pace in this world. Events happen quickly, and we have to be able to move at the pace of relevance. And so I hope to work with you in a productive way to make that possible. You're not going to like all the changes, but I want you to know what the intent of the changes are. It is not to dismantle American foreign policy, and it is not to withdraw us from the world. Because I just hit 18 countries in 18 weeks. That doesn't sound like much of a withdrawal. And I see some of these foreign ministers, including individuals from Ukraine, more than I've seen my own children. And I talk to them at least 3 times a week. We are engaged in the world, but we're going to be engaged in a world that makes sense and that's smart. And that isn't about saving money. It is about ensuring that we are delivering to our people what they deserve, a foreign policy that makes America stronger, safer, and more prosperous.
I knew Marco Rubio years ago, back like 2012, 2013. There's a picture of me and him, met him at a luncheon. And then, of course, we saw him run against President Trump, and we saw Trump call him Little Marco and basically cut him off at the knees. And when he got named as Secretary of State, I was like, you sure? You sure you want to bring in Marco Rubio? And all Marco Rubio has done is shown all the naysayers we were wrong. This guy is killing it. Arguably the best Secretary of State I've seen in quite some time. In fact, including President Trump's first term. Marco Rubio is out there kicking butt and taking names, and there's a fire in his belly that I don't think many people have seen. I'm going to show you a couple of clips that happened in this hearing coming up, where he just went back at these senators, and I loved it.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of the committee. I'm honored to be here today.
Okay, so you guys are probably saying, who's this dude? I wanted to include him because he might be one of the most important guys, for all of us to understand what's going on. This is the guy, I forget his name, but I know his position. He is the new IRS commissioner. So he's someone who's touching every single person watching this video. Whatever this guy does over the next 3 or 4 years, hopefully if he gets confirmed, is going to have an impact on every single one of us. Can't say that about many people. But here's a guy who President Trump has nominated, and he's going to be, hopefully, the new IRS commissioner, and hopefully he'll revamp the whole IRS. But listen to his opening statement today. I told you there was a whole bunch of stuff going on today.
Nominee for the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service. I want to thank President Trump for believing in me to lead this important agency. And I know there's been some confusion, but I'm not the one big beautiful bill that he has spoken about. He might be one big beautiful Billy, but not the bill. To paraphrase Lou Gehrig, I sit here today as the luckiest man in the world. I have the opportunity to make real transformational change to an agency that needs it more than any other federal agency. Or I can go back home to Southwest Missouri where the fish are biting, and as they say, they ain't going to catch themselves. So I feel lucky on either side. I'll be the first elected official in 60 years to be Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, and the first one to only be 2.5 years out of Congress. Now, why is this important? It's important because for too long, Congress has made changes to the tax code, and then the IRS spends months, if not years, trying to interpret what Congress meant. By being familiar with the workings of Congress, the IRS can stay engaged as these changes are made, so once they get over to the IRS, we will have a comprehensive understanding of Congress's intent. Now, here's something you'll find I'm an unusual congressman. Everybody said I was the most unusual congressman because things come into my head, pop up, ideas, things that I think can improve situations. I don't know any other IRS commissioner that's ever made this proposal, but I have pledged to arrive 90 minutes before the office opens every single day, to let anyone in the facility on my schedule for 10 minutes in the morning to tell me what's going on in their life, what's going on at the IRS, and how to improve things. We have to listen. I think there's a lot of wasted brain cells over in the building because no one has ever asked them for their opinion on how to make things better, make it a better place for them to work, and a better place to serve the American public. My two main concerns will be my employee partners at the IRS and the hardworking American taxpayers who deal with them. I don't want either one in that equation to be intimidated by the other side. In Congress, I had as many Democrat friends as I did Republicans. I would encourage any of you who have reservations about how I operate to walk the halls of Congress, where I was for 12 years. This isn't since December 5th or 4th to now. This is over the last 12 years, to talk to the Democrats over there and see how I served and what I'm like, what things that we worked on together. You can talk to Doris Matsui, Debbie Dingell, Brendan Boyle, they're just on and on and on. Mark Takano. Now, Diana DeGette, I'm going to talk about Diana for just a second here, but Diana DeGette and I co-chaired the Congressional Study Group on Japan and led a bipartisan delegation there for 5 years in a row. Very good friends with Prime Minister Abe, and we had Diana and I would walk in a room over there and we'd be rock stars. They'd be hollering, Diana, Diana, Billy, Billy, Billy. And but if you're going to represent and see some of the allies we have around the world. You got to go. You got to have boots on the ground. Now, some congressmen wouldn't go. They say, "Oh no, it'll hurt me politically. I can't travel." The people think I'm traveling on their dime and everything. But I took Joe Kennedy and his wife to meet his aunt when she was ambassador to Japan. But I'd say Diana DeGette would be a good one to ask, who I served. And in this committee alone, out of 20, what is there, 27 people on the committee, I think? 27 people, 9 I worked with in the House. Ben Ray Lujan, I was really upset with him when I went to his office because he always wears a bolo tie. So I wore the bolo tie that Jim McDermott gave me. And Jim and I were very good friends. And Ben Ray didn't have his bolo tie on that day. But there's so much we can accomplish together. And I want to have a good time today. I hope you all do. I'm going to have a good time. And congressmen say, "Oh, well, I appreciate that question." And nominees, and when I have an opportunity, I'd like to come to your office and work with you on an issue. If I tell you that, I mean it. I want to come to your office. I want to sit down. You'll have my cell phone. I'll be the most open. I used to teach a class on UFOs. Upbeat, friendly, and open. And that's how I always live. My staffs in the House used to say, other staff members would come up and they say, "Your boss just talked to me in the hall. Your boss just spoke." I speak to everybody. Like I said, I'm a people person, like the president said. And again, I appreciate the president nominating me for this position, but I want to make it a better place for the employees by meeting who's going to come in 90 minutes early every single day and let people get on their calendar. I talked to one guy at the Treasury, and he had been at the IRS before, and I said, "Well, when you're over there, take a couple of pictures of the commissioner's office. I just want to see the layout, how it is, so I kind of know." I like to have large conference tables so we can bring people in and talk. And he looked at me and he said, "Billy, I was there 15 years and I've never been invited up to the third floor, never been invited up to the commissioner's office." To me, that's stinking thinking. And I want to change that at the IRS. And you got to look, do a Ben Franklin, how Ben Franklin would draw a line down the page and he put pluses and minuses. You got to look at the pluses it's for me to take this position, which I haven't found any yet. But the minuses are like 17 things long. So you got to ask why I want this job. I want it because I care about people. I did talk radio for 6 years and there wasn't a week went by that I didn't say you can call the IRS on 5 days in a row with the same question and get 6 different answers. And nothing's changed about that. So I've been watching and I pledged to get around the country. Charles Rossetti told me that he was nominated by Clinton. He was a Republican, but he had to have a Republican to get by a Republican Senate back in those days. And Charles, if you go to ChatGPT and say who's considered the best IRS commissioner of all time, it's Charles Rossetti. And he told me, he said, "Billy, get out of the office, go to all these," and I'll do the same 90-minute trick every office I go to around the country. But I would love to serve. I know that I'm going to get a lot of questions today, and that's fine. But ran into Sherry Bustos at a restaurant the other day, and she told her group, she said, "Nobody doesn't like Billy Long." Now, I want her to say that after this next 2 hours, because I think there'd be a lot of people who don't like Billy Long. I yield back.
I don't know about you, but I was cracking up watching that guy. I just was cracking up. The reason why I was cracking up is because we have seen so many opening statements. And we've watched these people get up there and have these opening statements and say this and say that and say the other thing. And then, of course, they jump right into the questions. And if that guy had sat in front of me and began his opening statement like that, and he goes, "Okay, let's go," I'd have been sitting there like, okay, what do you ask him? At that point, he just seems like a good old boy. And I don't know about you, but I like a good old boy having to deal with the IRS. I don't know nothing about Billy, but Billy looks like he ain't going to take too much, and if you do piss him off, he's going to let you know what for. So Trump picked him. Gotta get behind him. Speaking of that, let's take a second and talk about the whole Trump picked him thing. I heard some things this morning talking about Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino. And that whole thing about they're not doing anything. And it's become amplified again because Alina Habba jumped into it, boom, and arrested that person from New Jersey. But see, Alina Habba had a little bit more of an advantage It's on video. If you can see a crime happening and it's recorded, it's kind of easy to charge somebody. You show that at the hearing, okay, here it is, and here's the law it violates. It's pretty simple. All the other extraneous stuff about why, who, oversight, I don't. Here's the law, here's the crime. What y'all think? See, Pam and Cash don't have that. They don't have the ability to play a video to a grand jury and say, here's the actual crime. They got to prove it. It's one of the things as I've been looking and traversing X, and I watched the interview with Cash and Dan, and they were talking, and people are comparing what Dan said before he got into the office till now. People are comparing what Cash said until now. And one of the things that got brought up today was, there was a lot of what Dan had said in regards to that certain guy from the island didn't kill himself. And then when he did the interview, he specifically said, I've seen the evidence, he killed himself. The problem with that, and it's a huge problem, is that there are many millions of people who voted for Donald Trump who didn't listen to Dan Bongino's podcast. You may have. He may be very popular with a whole lot of people, but there's a whole lot of other people who don't know anything about Dan Bongino. He didn't build up any street cred with them. And one of the problems I think people are having, many people are having, is when you get to the point of trying to tell somebody, trust me, I've seen it, this is how it is. You sound like Walter Cronkite. When you say stuff like that, that's the way it is. That's how Walter Cronkite signed off every single one of his shows. That's the way it is. Tuesday, May 20th. No questions? No. So I just got to take it that it's your word that you're saying it. See, in 2025, with everything we've gone through, that's not going to cut it. Rewind a month or two ago, it didn't cut it on his show. On his show, it was all about digging in and show me. What do you got? Show me exactly what it is. We need to see it. You need to prove it. See, the entire thing with social media and the digital age is people can no longer say, that's how it is. No, you don't have that much credibility. You don't have so much credibility that I'm just going to stop and say, he told me. He said, nothing happened. That's it. No, that's not going to work in today's day and age. And that's the problem I think that Dan and Cash are both having. I've said many times that word contrast. Well, the contrast from what you had said to the contrast of what you're saying now, these pictures don't add up. And so far, the answer thus far has been, trust us. I heard Glenn Beck say something this morning, which was extremely on point. And I say it all the time in my show, all the time. I'll say it again right now. I never tell you that's the way it is. Don't even go looking. That's it. I've seen it. It's done. I always tell you, go look it up and go research yourself. You need to come up with your own conclusions. You're adults. You have thinking minds. You should never, ever, ever come away from something where the exclamation point is, Fred told me. If anything you've learned in the last couple years, that's been an exclamation point has been put on it over the last 48 hours is don't believe anybody. Nobody can you believe at this point. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. I believe my wife. I believe my daughter. I believe in my faith. But other than that, everybody else, I'm going to have to check it out. You don't have that credibility that much where I'm just going to stop. Oh, okay, well, Fred told me. That's it. You see, that's the problem I think we're having in 2025 is as we're waiting for things to happen, the worst thing I think people like Dan and Cash can do is to come out and say, trust us. No. I don't trust anybody in government. I trust President Trump, and I trust that President Trump put you guys in positions because he feels that you guys are the best for the job. But as I've seen President Trump come out, he comes out and he says what he's thinking, sometimes too much. But what Cash and Pam and Dan should be doing, in my estimation, and we're giving him that 2 weeks because he said in 2 weeks we're going to have some stuff for you. Then in 2 weeks from now, we don't have anything for him. You're shooting your credibility in the foot because everybody's waiting for that. We're going to have something for you to see in 2 weeks. Not, trust me. So I would encourage you, especially now, the exclamation point is definitely on everything in social media at this point. Don't trust anybody. Don't trust me. Don't trust Dan. Don't trust Cash. Don't trust Pam. People have got to show you, or at least show you, hey, go look this up yourself so you can begin getting some information. Because we're wrong. We're fallible. We're humans. We should not be expected to just trust what you're saying all of a sudden. Because that's, I think, one of the problems people are having. You said this, and this, and you would show us. On your show, you would have clips of this, like I show you clips. Here's this. And now, all of a sudden, there's no clips. It's just trust me. It's not going to work anymore. Not with what we've seen. It's going to be very, very hard to trust. And I think Donald Trump knows that as well, and that's why he was probably on Capitol Hill beating down some people. You got to get it done. You got to perform. I'm not saying that, let me put the asterisk because I don't want people saying, oh, Barry, you're flip-flopping on Pam Bondi, or you're flip-flopping. No. That's not, you're missing my point. My point is in 2025 and beyond, you got to prove it. You have to show people. I have not said I give up on them. I'm just saying thus far, you haven't shown anybody anything. And now Alina Habba's out there showing people stuff. Boom, gonna arrest. Got an arrest, guys. I don't know where you guys are at, but I'm putting the handcuffs on somebody. Y'all need to catch up. Don't trust them. Who said it? Was it Reagan? Trust but verify? You can go that route, but I'm not taking anybody's word for anything other than the president. You know why? He's the only one I voted for. I didn't vote for anybody else. Everybody else was put in these positions. The person I voted for is the one who we basically had a, 12-month rectal exam. We heard him say everything. We heard him talk. We heard speeches. We should have that with the other people based on their body of work. But somehow, the one person who stayed true is Trump, whereas the other people have vacillated. They got to fix that. That's what they have to fix. All right, so I want you to listen to Marco Rubio here as I'm tired of y'all. I'm about to have to take out a can of whoop butt. Listen to this can of whoop ass.
I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may, sir.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job.
Oh, Marco with the slap down, smack down, slap, back slap. I regret voting for you. Oh, well, okay. Well, just to let you know, the fact that you regret voting for me tells me I'm doing the right thing. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Well, that's just a flippant statement, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
I didn't ask
Senator, please let the Secretary have
I'd be happy to, but then I can respond to his
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
Well,
your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr.
Secretary, please.
Well, I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation. I don't regret psychosocial support services.
I raised Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr.
Senator,
Chairman, or do I?
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes of
I chose to
railing on-
use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use my
suspend,
time that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here, and there's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come, you're going to see who you went to defend.
I'm sorry,
please,
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You had
Secretary
your time.
Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court of the United States because he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach to that foreign partner and talk to them, I have under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia, they cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them, we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation, under our division of powers in this country, and to share with the judicial branch how I conducted diplomacy of the United States. It would actually be counterproductive. If I started sharing with courts, or frankly, with the media, my conversations with foreign leaders and all of their details, no foreign leader would talk to me again, and we would break trust with them. So I have complied with every court order. What I won't comply with is an order to disclose what I'm saying and what we're talking about with a foreign leader, because then they won't talk to me. Diplomacy doesn't work that way. About the student visas, let me say this. I don't deport anybody, and I don't snatch anybody. The State Department does not have officers in the street snatching everybody. What I do is revoke visas, and it's very simple. A visa is not a right. It is a privilege. People apply for student visas to come into the United States and study. And if you tell me that you're coming to the United States to lead campus crusades, to take over libraries and try to burn down buildings and acts of violence, we're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what Ms. Ostork did?
We're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what she did? Come on, Mr. Secretary.
And every single one of these cases, the factors are different.
Senator,
the bottom line is, if you're coming here to stir up trouble on our campuses, we will deny you a visa. And if you have a visa,
First Amendment
and we find
apply
you,
to
we'll revoke
living in
it.
the United States?
And we're going to do more. There are more coming. We're going to continue to revoke the visas of people who are here as guests and are disrupting our higher education facilities. People are paying money. These kids pay money to go to school, and they have to walk through a bunch of lunatics who are here on student visas.
Disrupting the foreign policy of the United States.
I want to do more. I hope we can find more of these people.
That's pathetic, Mr.
In fact,
Secretary.
the other day, some guys led a riot. I forgot what university it was, and I asked, please, can you find the arrest records of all the people that were arrested at that riot at that campus? Because if any of them have a visa, we're going to revoke it.
I feel so much safer when you lock up people like Ms. Ostork, Mr. Secretary.
We've had enough time on the subject. Thank you very much. And we're going to move to Senator Lee.
I need more of that. I need more of that. Come on, mainline me with some of that. I didn't know Marco had that in him. I was like, I can't wait to show everybody. I'm seeing something I've never seen from Marco Rubio. I lived here in Florida. He was my senator, and I don't know if he went to Washington, hung out in Mar-a-Lago, but ooh, he's taking no crap. Senator Von Holland, pick it up, pick up your nuts, because these nuts got clipped. Oh my goodness, oh man, but he wasn't done.
Statutory phrase says you are entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No, you're not entitled.
So
you're
can
allowed.
you have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently you are, because you don't like the fact that they're white, and that's why they're coming.
I'm just asking you to say that would be unacceptable.
Well, no, I would say that the United States...
a very easy thing to say.
The United States has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United States.
Even based on the color of somebody's skin.
You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These are people whose farms were being burned down and they were killed because of the color of their skin. Well, you've demonstrated enough because you think anyone should be allowed into this country for any reason because they met a certain criteria.
Who has said that?
We are going to prioritize people that come into our country on the basis of what's in the interest of this country. That's a small number of people that are coming.
But
in
you
that
said
particular case.
this weekend that
but
there
in
would
other
be more.
cases, it's harder to vet. In other cases, it's more difficult. And by the way, the United States admits people every year. 1 million people come to this country every year legally. 1 million
And
people
now
a year come to this
there
country
is one
legally.
group
No
of
other
people
country
that
in the
have
world
an
is nearly as
easy
generous.
pass into this country. For the first time, this administration has said Afrikaners get an easy pass and refugee programs for the remainder of the world are shut off. And you can't say to the American public that we should apply this statute in an even-handed way.
No, I
I'm
think it should
shocked
be
at that,
applied in a
and I
way. No,
yield
well, you
back.
shouldn't be shocked. It should be applied in the national interest of the United States. Our immigration policy should be based on the national interest of the United States. Period. End of story. If there is a subset of people that are easier to vet, who we have a better understanding of who they are and what they're going to do when they come here, they're going to receive preference, no doubt about it. There are a lot of sad stories around the world. Millions and millions of people around the world. It's heartbreaking. We cannot assume millions and millions of people around the world. No country can. So you have to have a process of deciding who do you prioritize, who do you allow in. We do it all the time. We do it in our immigration system now under our current laws. Unfortunately, it's primarily based on family connection and not on what they're going to contribute to the society from a merit standpoint. That should be changed, but that'll require statutory changes. But the bottom line is this notion that somehow we have to accept anyone who wants to come to the United States is absurd. No country in the world has an immigration policy like that.
And no one is arguing that we should. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
These people are about 10 exits past normal. Look, you just got to try harder not to suck.
Oh, goodness. As I was compiling this stuff for today's show, and I'm watching this, and I'm like, is this Marco Rubio? Marco, you need to put... Marco, you need to bottle that and save it for next time you're running for office, because damn, I don't think Tim Kaine expected it. I don't think that Von Hollen expected it. Remember, these guys were all senators with Marco. They hadn't probably seen it either. This is a different Marco. He's hanging out with the Trump people, coming in hot and hard. Love it. You got to love it. All right, so that's Marco. Then I guess RFK Jr. had to get some get some punches in too.
Thank you very much.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on.
Senator, I want to point out that in 2021, at the beginning of his administration, President Biden submitted his budget on May. You know what? You made an accusation of me, and I'm going to answer it.
Okay, I appreciate
On May
that.
28th, he submitted his budget. So our budget. We're a new administration.
Okay, you can. Go
And I
down
also
that
want to
road.
point
I
out.
have just 2 minutes left. I asked you a specific.
I want to point out something, Senator. You presided here, I think, for 32 years. You presided over the destruction of the health of the American people.
Well,
Our people are now the
Mr.
sickest people in the
Secretary,
world.
Seriously.
Because you have
Mr.
not done your
Secretary,
job.
Seriously. That is an
What have you
amazing
done about
point.
it? What have you
Mr.
done about the
Secretary,
epidemic
I am here
of
to
chronic
ask-
disease?
Mr. Secretary,
What have
are
you done
here in
about the epidemic
Mr.
of chronic
Secretary,
disease?
Seriously, Madam
Mr. Secretary,
Chairman.
I would ask you to hold back and let the senator ask a question.
They ain't ready for this. You don't want this smoke. I don't know if President Trump has unleashed them. I don't know if President Trump has said, you know what, do what you got to do. Don't give these people any rope. If you want to go after their throats, go after them. Because the people up on the panel are like, oh, I've never heard this kind of stuff before. Nobody's ever kind of blown this kind of smoke at me. What do I do? Somebody, Mr. Chairman, somebody help me out. I'm getting smoked up here. We're done with you. Absolutely done with you. And so you got to see, if the cabinet members are basically dishing it out like this, y'all need to feel the same way when you're on X and Facebook. I don't have time for you. You people have had your chance. I love how he called her out. You've been here for 30 years. 30 years. Let that sink in as she's sitting up there and looking around like, oh my God, did he just say that? Yeah, you've been here for 30 years and you ain't done anything. In fact, America's gotten less healthy while you've been here. So why don't you tell me what you did? Senator, Congressman, ranking member, somebody make him stop. I love the fact that they're not letting them have any room, no daylight. You come at me, I'm going to come right back at you, and I'm going to come back at you harder, you 30-year waste. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, yes, let me just do this. As Scott Jennings said, they have nothing. I've said that. There's nothing there. There's no leadership. They have nothing. All they have is just bluster and screaming and moaning. And like RFK Jr. just said, you've been here 30 years sitting in that chair. In that chair right there where you're sitting, you've been there for 30 years. You've done nothing but take a paycheck and do insider trading. You've done nothing for the American people. So don't ask me any questions. Ooh, this is new. He's trying to do stuff for healthy people, and all you can do is sit there and complain about, oh, did you do this? And then what's the other guy, Rubio? Are you letting the white people in instead of the darkies? I got no time for you. You're idiots. Love it. Absolutely, absolutely. Hi, Lily. Absolutely love it. Real quick here, let me talk to you guys about Kimchi. You guys saw the interview I did with Kim Bright from Brightcore, and she was talking about the different things that RFK Jr. is doing. I didn't know if she was going to refer to that kind of smoke, bringing the smoke, but as she spoke to us, she said there's a war happening right now, and it's probably not where you think. It's in your gut. Gut health is so important. It's a battle between good and bad bacteria that can determine your health. Kimchi One from Brightcore Nutrition is the fermented superfood your body needs to arm the good guys with the right weapons to defeat the bad actors once and for all. Containing over 900 strains of beneficial bacteria in each capsule. Every single one, Kimchi One supports healthy digestion, fortifies your immune system, and helps detoxify your body. Kimchi has also been shown to reduce the risk of obesity and promote smaller waistlines by curbing appetite and naturally boosting your metabolism. I'm about to make an assault on my appetite this weekend when Ashley and her husband get here, because we're going to have some fun, go eat some good restaurants. So I won't be taking my kimchi probably for the next couple of days. Actually, she gets here Friday. Sorry, gotta cheat. Today you can get an exclusive offer by clicking the link below. Just use code LASTCALL, or rather Barry, for 25% off your entire order. Or for an even better deal, call my friends at Brightcore, ask for Kim for up to 50% off your order and free shipping. Give them a call right now at 888-418-6738. That's Kimchi One by Brightcore. All right, so let me take some comments on what you guys have have seen thus far. It's crazy. In order for term limits, Congress has to vote. You think they will? Nope, they won't. They won't. They'll just keep doing it. Yes, Ashley will be here Friday morning. Can't wait. Sounds like the power of MAGA in a bottle. Oh, it's crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, you got to have a cheat day every once in a while. Get back on it. Marco opened a can of whoop-ass. He so did. He so did. It's so crazy. All right, so I've got some more here. Remember, at 3 o'clock, President Trump is going to be with Pete Hegseth. I can't even imagine what it is they're going to be launching. But I've got some. This is a what is it? It is a presser that the House GOP with Mike Johnson did after they met with President Trump. So let's listen in on this.
Everyone in that room agreed we will deliver this victory for the president and, more importantly, for the American people. The stakes are too high, and we will not miss our chance. Now, switching gears to news that broke over the weekend, the American people are smart, but we already knew that. When the Biden-Hur tapes were released on Friday, it proved that Democrats hid and lied about Biden's condition. The American people knew they were being lied to, and this week, I hope no one takes the Democrats' bait. or the Democrats' word for anything, especially when they keep lying and fear-mongering about the one big, beautiful bill. We will not let them get away with their lies. And I hope you all ask them about the tapes this week. Too, really interesting. Contrast that with House Republicans who will remain on offense this week as we advance our one great big beautiful bill. We will pass this transformational legislation for the families who just lost loved ones to the border crisis. Families like Lincoln Riley and Rachel Morin, who were both killed by violent, illegal immigrants, like Zach Cullen, who lost his life to fentanyl, and Agent Raul Gonzalez, who lost his life pursuing an illegal immigrant near the border. This historic opportunity to secure our border and make our communities safer. This bill provides technology to improve border enforcement. This bill provides resources to support Border Patrol agents that they so desperately need. This bill provides funding to deport more violent illegal immigrants and materials to finish the wall. We have an opportunity right now before us to make generational investments in the safety of our communities. Let's close the floodgates and remove those that never should have been here in the first place. But let's not forget some of what other wins are in our bill and what's at stake, like the people and the mom and pops, the businesses that are facing historic tax increase if we don't get this bill done. They will not survive if we don't pass this bill. And those on Medicaid who need it strengthened, sustained, and secured. It's time we put them first, not illegal immigrants. That's what we promised the people, and that's what we intend to deliver, to put the American people first. And the one big beautiful bill delivers on those priorities. And I know every single House Republican will be proud of its passage, because when it's all said and done, history will remember that Republicans put Americans first, and the Democrats didn't. And now I would like to turn it over to our chairman, Mark Green.
Thank you, Speaker. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Alejandro Mayorkas's reckless disregard for the rule of law created an historic border crisis. Under the Biden and Harris administration, 13 million inadmissible aliens poured into our country, overwhelming Border Patrol and CBP officers, wasting billions of taxpayer dollars, and of course, throwing many of our communities into chaos. Illegal gang activity, influx of fentanyl. You've heard us talk about it before. I saw an article the other day from one of you guys, 60% decrease in the murder rate in one city where ICE had removed the gang members. After 4 years, the American people were sick of it, they're tired of it, and of course, they gave Republicans the trifecta because we put them first. As of April, Southwest border encounters were down over 90%, and that's down from the lowest point in the previous administration. And that lowest point happened not because of anything that the Biden administration had done. That lowest point happened because of what Texas did with Operation Lone Star. But even from that point, it's down 90% in April, the best numbers we've had ever in the history of this country, and that's because of the actions of this president, who delivered on his promise to secure the border and enforce our laws. But if Congress fails to act, this success will be short-lived. I'm proud of the Committee on Homeland Security's work to include common sense border security legislation. That is a generational opportunity to actually secure our border. We've tried so many times in the past. Now we will codify these executive actions, and we will do our job in Congress and resource this effort. $7 billion to recruit and train new border agents, billions of dollars to fix, to build the wall, and it's a high-tech, lights, cameras, access to observe, $5 billion in technology enhancements, all the support that we can give to the border states. We're going to expand Operation Stone Garden, those grants for those states that actually work with the Department of Homeland Security to secure our border, all in this bill, all because the American people said enough is enough, and all because they elected Donald Trump and a Republican Congress. I now will be followed by one of my mentors and heroes in this building, Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know why the Democrats dislike this bill so much? Because it's so darn Republican. Embraces three fundamental Republican principles: cut taxes, secures the border, requires work. We're the party that believes you should let mom and dads keep more of their money to chase down their goals and dreams. We're the party that believes you should actually have a secure border. This bill does it, as Chairman Green just pointed out. And we're the party that believes able-bodied adults, if they're going to get your money, should have to work.
I just wanted to jump in right now because I want to make sure you know this very salient point, extremely salient point. Whenever you hear people complaining that he wants to cut Medicaid or he's going to go after the poor peoples and, it's not fair, it's racist and everything else by having a work requirement in this bill, we're talking not about handicapped, disabled people. We're not talking about people who have mental issues and can't perform. We're talking about able-bodied men and women who have been sitting on their couches and basically sucking off the teat of the United States government, your money, my money, because they didn't want to get off the couch and nobody was making them get off the couch. If they want to go and fight in Walmart or whatever they want to do, at least now you're going to have to do it on your own money. Don't go in there and think you're getting by something with the EBT card. You are now going to have to earn your way and prove that you're willing to try and work. How is that not something that's ingrained in every single person's mind from the time they're a kid? It's biblical. A man that don't work, don't eat. How did this happen to the point where millions of people just sit around, do nothing, and expect you and me to pay for them? I don't have any problem contributing to people who are physically affirmed. I don't have any problem contributing to people who can't process or there's something wrong with their minds. I have a big problem with Shaniqua and Tyrone sitting around doing nothing. And I'm sorry if that sounds racist because I'm talking from my own perspective. I'm not talking from a racial perspective. I just know what I've seen. I've never lived in Appalachia. I don't know what's going on with the white community, but I can tell you what's happened in the black community, and it's become generational that the government should take care of them. And it has driven me crazy since I've been in college. I'm like, what are they doing? Oh, they're just hanging out at the liquor store. They work there? No, they're just hanging out. Clocking. And at the same time, getting money from the government. How's that possible? Because nobody's making them become accountable. Just like what's happening with the congressman who got arrested, they want no accountability whatsoever. You've seen many, 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 many videos. I didn't do nothing. Well, if you didn't do nothing, just shut up. There ain't cops just riding around just shooting black people for sport. That man, that woman deserves to get home just as you deserve to get home, and you should not put them in a position of fear. I learned that at a very young age. I remember my mom saying, you are way too big to start stuff. When they show up, and if you ever had to walk in court, they're going to look at you, and then they're going to look at the person you beat up or did something to, and there's no defense. So at this point, there's no defense for you to be standing out in the corner, hanging out. Nope. If you can stand for that long, you can stand behind a counter at 7-Eleven. And even then, that's not what the government is saying you have to do. They're saying just try. See if you can get hired. See if you can get a job. And if you can't get a job, how about this? We'll keep paying you but go spend some time volunteering. That's the other option. If you can't get a job, maybe you can go volunteer. Maybe you can go, work in a library or put books away or sweep a floor. Just help out a church. Do something. Do something. Or the third option is educate yourself. And they've covered all the bases. If you're affirmed or if physically have an issue or mental, you're accepted. If you go apply for a job, go volunteer, or go learn. How could you not want to pick one of those three avenues to improve your life? You just want to sit around, and Democrats are okay with that. Because it ain't coming out of their pocket. That's why.
For taxpayers, it's good for the economy. Most importantly, it's good for that individual. This bill embraces three fundamental principles of our party. That's why I think it's really important that Republicans lean in and go tell the American people how important this legislation is, how it keeps faith with what we told the voters we were going to do last November, why they elected us, and it's right on point. So I'm confident we're going to get there this week, get the votes that we need to get this thing passed, because it does the things we said we were going to do. And with that, I yield to the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Chairman Smith.
Thank you, Jim. President Trump promised and delivered, and now the House will too. The One Big Beautiful Bill stops the largest tax increase in history and focuses benefits on workers, families, farmers, and small businesses. It unleashes Made in America manufacturing and delivers on President Trump's promise to all American workers. This is an economic growth agenda combined with historic spending reforms that protects those in need and puts America on a path to a better future. $140 billion in your tax dollars shouldn't go to illegal immigrants who have broken the law. Instead, Republicans are putting that money towards no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. Fortunately, 77 million Americans have already weighed in. We're going to deliver on the president's promises, and we're going to help working and middle-class Americans. This is very personal for me. I grew up in a single-wide trailer in a town of less than 5,000 people. The average income in my hometown is just over $24,000. My priority is the working class. That is the priority of President Trump, and that is the priority of the Republican Party. And this bill delivers for them. My neighbors back home and hard-working families and communities, just like in Salem, Missouri, and all across the United States. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, the no tax on tips policy alone will lead to an additional $1,700 in the pockets of each of the 4 million different tipped employees working in communities throughout this nation. Family take-home pay will increase up to $13,300 under the One Big Beautiful Bill. And the same study showed that tax relief for seniors, meanwhile, would increase the average take-home pay for qualifying seniors by approximately $450 per year. I'm proud to say we're taking the president's promise and going even farther by delivering even greater benefits for them. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Failure is not an option. We have to deliver for the American people. Pleased to turn over to Whip Emmer.
Thanks, Jason. This week, House Republicans face a historic moment that has the potential to revive the American dream and solidify the comeback that has already begun under President Donald J. Trump. From our nation's farmers to police officers working 60 hours a week, from America's top manufacturers to small businesses on Main Street, our One Big Beautiful Bill holds promise for every American. In fact, nearly 1,000 organizations have already expressed support for the policies within the bill. The Job Creators Network described our reconciliation bill as, quote, exactly what the country needs to jumpstart the economy and guarantee the safety and prosperity of Americans for decades to come, end quote. The National Association of Manufacturers said of this landmark legislation, quote, "We need certainty now, and this is the moment to deliver one big, beautiful bill that lets us compete and win," end quote. Their warning could not be more true. The time to get this done is now. Not only does this legislation make the 2017 Trump tax cuts permanent and implement no tax on tips and overtime pay, it also unleashes American energy, cuts waste, fraud, and abuse, and allows President Trump to continue his successful deportation and border security operations. And that's only naming a handful of things this bill accomplishes. Our reconciliation bill delivers on President Trump's America First agenda, and it does so while saving the American people over $1.6 trillion. The one big, beautiful bill is truly a once-in-a-generation chance to get America back on track. House Republicans must seize this opportunity, and quickly. As my good friend Jason Smith just said, failure is not an option. With that, I turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. Well, this morning, President Trump had a strong and clear message to a packed House Republican conference. And that is after months of long, intense discussions over really important differences and issues. This one big, beautiful bill has come through the committee process, and it's time to end the negotiations, unify behind this bill, and get it passed on to the Senate. And what President Trump really talked about was the things that we all talked about during the campaign. How important it was to prevent a tax increase on working class families. Low and middle income families would see a large, painful tax increase if this bill were not to happen. And look, we all know every Democrat's going to vote no. They've bragged about it. They are fighting tooth and nail to stop us from preventing a tax increase. Democrats also made it clear they want open borders, and they sure don't want the provisions of this bill, as Chairman Green and Chairman Jordan talked about, that will give our Border Patrol agents the tools they've been asking for years to finally have the technology to be able to compete with the drug cartels and have better tools than the cartels of Mexico have to secure our border, to complete construction of the wall, to deport criminals who came to America to harm our citizens. And President Trump is finally following through on that promise to secure our border, but he needs more tools to do it. Something we also ran on was producing more energy in America. And this bill reverses the Biden-era policies that shut off American energy, making our country more dependent on hostile nations.
You can hear me what? That's not me. That's the vocals from inside the tape. I'm not doing here. I'm quietly watching along, just to let you guys know. So whatever background noise you hear, it's not me typing or anything. It's not me. It's something in the video that you're seeing. Maybe it's people in the press, maybe people standing up at the podium. But in any event, that doesn't really matter at this point. What you're hearing is kind of disturbing, because what he said there, that the Democrats are laughing behind the scenes, hoping that this thing does not get passed. They want you to pay more taxes. The reason why this is so important to me is because they're telling you what you should be talking to people about. Your Democrat friends don't want you to have more income, don't want you to have prosperity. It is an absolute joke to them. You're nothing but a slave. Keep working and give your money to the government so they can spend it and do what they need to do. You don't deserve prosperity. You could ask, and I think this is where a lot of people will probably get some revelation, is when you ask some of your liberal friends, co-workers, even family members, and you say, what happens if we are allowed to keep more of our money and not give it to the government? Aren't you for that? Wouldn't you like to keep more of your paycheck? You'd be surprised when you start asking those questions, and then you realize how far this communist manifesto has been ingrained in their mind. Like, wait a second, you think I should have to pay more? Why? Because you should. Why? Because you got it. So I shouldn't be able to enjoy things and have family and trips and nice cars and nice houses. I shouldn't have that, huh? Nope, you shouldn't have that. You'll be surprised. I'm telling you right now, ask some of them. And when you find that out, it's chilling. Because as you're riding around in your nice car or you're going home to your nice house, understand there are people who are walking around who think you don't deserve that. I don't care how hard you work. You shouldn't have that. Trust me. You'll ask some people. You'll find out.
Giving Putin billions of dollars a month more to fund his war in Ukraine by shutting American energy off. This bill opens it back up again. It generates more money. It generates opportunity for families. It generates higher wages for hardworking taxpayers. It will generate real economic growth to lower inflation, to lower costs at the grocery store, to lower interest rates. All the things that 77 million voters gave us a mandate to go deliver on. I know we've got a few final issues to resolve, but as President Trump said today, it's time to stop the talking and we need action. We need to deliver for those families who have been waiting way too long for the results that are in this one big beautiful bill. A lot of great policies to deliver for those families is just waiting. We're going to deliver this week. We're going to bring the bill. Failure absolutely is not an option. We've got to get this done. And the man leading that charge here in the House, who President Trump had some great words about, is our Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks to all these great leaders standing behind me. I tell you what, we're in a very good mood this morning. We had an epic time on the Hill. I don't think there's ever been a time when I've been more proud to be a Republican, to be an American. We're on the verge of making history here, and everybody feels it. In that room today with President Trump, it was filled with standing ovations and high energy and high excitement because everybody senses what's happening here. It was a great esprit de corps, and we're blessed to serve under and with a president who understands the necessity of these relationships and is willing to roll his sleeves up and come stand in the trenches to be a part of this excitement of what's happening. From the outset of the budget reconciliation process, we have sought to enact President Trump's full agenda, not just parts of it. And that's why we call it the one big beautiful bill, because really everything is sandwiched into this. The American people were sick of wasteful spending and high inflation and open borders and weakness on the world stage. And you know what we're working towards right now? The opposite of all those things. President Trump has used his executive authority in historic ways to stop much of the bleeding. But Congress has a role and a responsibility to step in at this stage to stitch up and mend those wounds for good. And that's what this legislation is about. We cannot leave the American people waiting or wanting. The one big beautiful bill enshrines into law and funds President Trump's promises. There's a lot of them because we had to make them. Because after the last 4 years, everything was an absolute disaster. So he's promised to cut wasteful spending and save taxpayers' money. Check. That's what we're doing. Make permanent historic tax cuts and prevent the largest tax hike in U.S. history. Check. That's what we're doing. Invest in our national defense and homeland security in a fiscally responsible manner. That too. Reestablish American energy dominance. And basically restore common sense to the government. That's what the American people elected him to do. This bill does all that and so much more. And as a reminder, we're right on schedule. Our House Budget Resolution gave instructions to 11 separate committees in the House to write their portions of the Budget Reconciliation Bill, and they did it right on target. Every instructed committee exceeded those targets, in fact, that they were given through our resolution. That means the committees that were told to spend have spent less, and the committees that were told to save actually found more savings than they were targeting. And the bill delivered more than $1.5 trillion in savings mandated by the budget resolution. That is historic. There's never been anything like it before. And we're proud to deliver it. This is a whole of Congress response to a whole of government problem. And the results of all this work for over a year has now come to fruition. Every House Republican has engaged in the process. The White House has been involved, as you saw most recently within the last hour. The Senate has been involved. Constituent groups from around the country made their voices heard, and that's why, as the whip said, nearly 1,000 organizations have issued enthusiastic public endorsements about this legislation. I don't think there's ever been anything like that. No legislation has ever garnered that much support. It's really something. And we never promised it'd be easy. We never thought this was going to be an effortless process, because when you're doing this much in a bill this large and complicated and comprehensive, there's a lot of opinions in the room. We respect that in the Republican Party. We're people of deep principle and settled philosophy, and you're going to get differences of opinion when you work through these things. That's part of it. We welcome it. Nothing in Congress is ever easy, especially when you have small margins. But we are going to land this plane and deliver this, and we're proud of what we've accomplished together. Every member of the conference can be proud of this legislation in the end. It's truly a nation-shaping piece of legislation. You heard some of the highlights here. Let me just give you a couple of things that haven't been mentioned yet, or can't be mentioned enough. Some of the big conservative wins in the bill that are common sense wins for the American people. Putting Americans first. I love what Chairman Jordan said. This is really simple. We're delivering. We're doing what we said we were going to do. When you talk about putting Americans first, we're making the largest investment in border security in over a generation, providing nearly $150 billion to secure our border and deport illegal aliens. We are cracking down on illegal aliens receiving Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, and tax benefits that are intended for the citizens of this country. We're shifting the cost of adjudication in the immigration system from the American taxpayer to the aliens themselves. And we're imposing a fee on remittance payments to foreign countries by illegal aliens. Second category, providing historic tax relief. We're going to eliminate taxes on tips and overtime and provide tax relief for seniors on Social Security. We're going to eliminate taxes on auto loan interest if that car is made in the U.S., lowering the cost of borrowing for America's farmers and providing tax relief for job creators. Another category, bringing back common sense. I mean, that's the continuing theme here that we all talk about. We're repealing and rolling back over $500 billion in funding for the radical Green New Deal policies from Biden's so-called Inflation Reduction Act. We call it the Inflation Act. We're ending Biden's war on American energy. We're banning Medicaid dollars from going to transgender surgeries for minors. We're canceling Biden's student loan repayment program. We're increasing university endowment tax for these big woke institutions. We're revoking tax exempt status for nonprofits that materially support terrorism. We're doubling the jail time for leaks of confidential taxpayer information. We're eliminating big businesses' ability to engage in woke PR campaigns to facilitate refundability for green energy projects. We're incentivizing federal workforce to be at-will employees, and we're repealing Biden's disastrous EV mandate. The stakes couldn't be any higher. We could go on and on. It's over 1,000 pages. I could list all the wins, but we only have so much time. Despite the overwhelming popularity of so many of these provisions in this bill, the guys on the other side of the congressional Democrats have refused to engage with us in this process at all. They're not going to vote for anything that I just listed for you. And make no mistake about it. This week they're going to vote for. They're going to vote for the largest increase in taxes in American history. They're going to vote against border security, against American energy dominance, and against broadly popular policies, such as work requirements to shore up Medicaid. President Trump's one big beautiful bill is going to require one big beautiful vote. And this is our shot. Best chance. This is our best chance that we'll ever have in our lifetimes, and any of us, in any of our lifetimes, to deliver on the mandate handed down by so many Americans. 77 million Americans voted for President Trump, more than that. And in fact, it's exactly what Republicans were sent to Washington to accomplish, as Chairman Jordan said. By passing this legislation, wages will increase as much as $11,600. Take-home pay for the typical American family with 2 kids will increase by $13,300 a year. As many as 4.2 million full-time equivalent jobs will be created because of this legislation. But if we fail, here's the alternative. Here's what the Democrats are going to vote for. Every American citizen seeing a 22% tax hike. 26 million businesses would see a tax increase of 43%. We'd lose nearly 6 million jobs in the economy and about $1 trillion in GDP by some estimates. The Border Patrol and ICE would lack the resources to detain and deport criminal illegal aliens, and 1.4 million illegals would continue to receive taxpayer funding of health care. Look, we could go on and on this morning about finishing the border wall and accomplishing all these things that we've talked about. But I'm just going to end it here and tell you that failure is simply not an option. We have to get this done. I told President Trump on the campaign trail that I believed he could be the most consequential president of the modern era and arguably maybe one of the most in all of U.S. history, maybe top 2 or 3. I think this is the way we deliver that. And by extension, that means that this Congress can be one of the most consequential in history. We do not take that lightly. And despite the challenges, the nonstop media criticism, and the historically small House majority, we are right on track to deliver. And that's what you'll see this House do this week. Now, we're not going to take a lot of questions this morning because we've already done a ton of media with you in the halls. The President gave you a lot. We gave you a lot. What we're leaving to do right now is gather up the small subgroups in the House Republican Conference and tie up the remaining loose ends. I'm very confident that we'll be able to do that. There's a great esprit de corps in the room this morning because everybody knows what's at stake. All the things we've talked about here this morning, we are going to get this done. So this is a rare thing. I'm going to say hold the questions and let me go get back to work so we can finish this thing up. Okay? Thanks for being here.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, good luck with that. I want you to hold the questions until we get back there. These people are horrible, absolutely horrible people. Bring in the kids. The kids could have done a better job. All right, so I left this up on the screen because it's really important. It's to be like, does anyone know who Scott Adams is? Scott Adams is the creator and cartoonist for Dilbert. Way before the political stuff, there was Dilbert cartoons. And Scott Adams just announced yesterday that he as well has prostate cancer and he doesn't expect to live past like August. Can't imagine. And still doing his show and coming out there and saying, by the way, I'm checking out in August, so watch me now. Felt so bad. Feel so bad. Keep him in your prayers for sure. You can't take anything for granted. Nothing. I told Robin this morning, I just want to let's put the pedal down and just live. I don't want to wait till no retirement. I'm not going to retire. If I can do this, I'm not going to retire. I'm going to keep doing this. And so until they wheel me out of this chair and say, you got to go over here, I'm just going to keep doing it, and let's travel and have fun with the kids. Live life now. And I hope Scott has lived a great life as well, because it's just a bad way to go. Push me off the pier. Do something. I don't know. It sucks. It sucks. All right, we'll come back in a second. Actually, we're not going anywhere. I'm just going to read this for you. Tax day was April 15th. It has passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse. Hopefully Billy Long gets it, confirmed and things change, but don't count on that. With over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily and tools like property seizures, bank levies, wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving quite fast. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. If you're self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a complete mess, they've got it covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation with them is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Barry. Again, you may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help you before the IRS makes their next move. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Barry. All right, so let's start looking at some of the other things that popped up today. Tom Homan, as we wait for President Trump and Pete Hegseth to make their move, Tom Homan was on, of all places, MSNBC, and he posted they posted this.
Well, look, they have a right to be there for oversight, but there's a proper way to do it. Forcing your way in the facility, putting hands on an ICE officer is not the way to do it. So I think she was out of line. I've seen the videotape. I've seen 6 or 7 different videotapes. They show her acting unprofessionally. These are the same people who, for 4 years, is saying President Trump wasn't above the law. Well, either is she. There's a line you can't cross, and I think she crossed it. Now, I'll leave it up to the Alina Habba, the prosecutor who's handling this case, to prove the case, but the video makes it clear to me that she wasn't being professional that day. She certainly didn't act like a member of Congress. She certainly could have requested a tour. They give tours all the time, and if she got the tour, and many people that had the tour since, they've seen a grade A facility, the highest detention standards in the industry, that puts to shame any facility, county or state, that New Jersey has. So it was. I think it was politics over public safety. That's a facility where the worst of the worst are housed. We can't lose control of that facility. But her actions cause a ruckus at that facility, makes that facility unsafe.
Now understand what he just said. It houses the worst of the worst. What exactly were they hoping to do when they went there? What exactly was McIver and the mayor, all these people, what was your objective? Was it to get arrested so you can complain? Possibly. Maybe that's what it was. Were you trying to get these people out of jail? You know, last night I talked to you about some of the things that I've been seeing and wondering about, and none of it makes any sense. Why would you want to go to bat for these people? They're the dredges of humanity. They kill people for sport. They don't care in the worst possible kinds of ways. Why are the Democrats hell-bent on going to bat for these people? You know, I think the answer to that question will lead you down a dark hole, but they need to be asked, what's the big deal with this? Why so much with the newcomers? So much so, she gets arrested, right? And so now we hear Eric Swallowell saying this.
In jail for an indefinite amount of time, we can't trust them, so we have to do our oversight duties, and she was in the right to go and do that. And I promise you, there's going to be more unnoticed visits by my colleagues where they show up and they be let in.
You pointed out that.
Or else what? He was the same guy who I read earlier. Let me just show you for some of you guys who might be late here. He said this in a post on X. Very threatening post as it loads here. A red line has been crossed. Trump is prosecuting his political enemies in Congress. This is just the beginning. We must take whatever we've done before to show dissent and go one rung higher. And save your documents on this, Alina Habba. You'll need them when you testify. Which is even more ominous. How are you going to make this U.S. attorney testify? So you plan on throwing her in jail if you can? And now you're out there promoting it and going on television? It wasn't bad enough that you said this? Now you got to say more crap? Make it make sense. These Democrats are doomed. I mean, absolutely doomed. There's nobody saying, hey, come on back. You went way too far out there. And it's funny because when you hear other people talk, let me see if this is the cut so I can play. When you hear other people talk who are now on the outside of the Democratic Party and looking in, they're kind of saying, like, you guys are crazy.
Listen, he's a great salesman. You and I have known the guy for 30 years. He is a great salesman, and he talks common sense, and he says the stuff that, you know, people like to hear. I think sometimes Democrats get a little squeamish about how we make things so complicated. I mean, just lay it out. But listen, yeah, the prescription drug, I think, was very smart. We got the American-Israeli hostage out. That's, great. He's talking about $1 trillion of investments on this Middle East deal. I don't know if any of it's ever going to come to fruition, but the public likes to hear that. And we've got to do that. We got to be big and bold. We need politicians in our party who are actually fun, Chris. We have so many lemon suckers that people just tune us out. And, they like folks who are going to just sort of lay it out, have some fun doing it. And common sense. Common sense used to be who our party was. And we've sort of lost it. We got caught up in all of these other issues that matter to so few people.
You see, I find that odd because that's exactly what Scott Jennings said earlier. The Republicans / MAGA are now the common sense party. Things that are no-brainers, like, duh, we shouldn't be giving newcomers welfare. That's a duh. That's an easy one. But no, the Democrats are fighting for it. Duh, we should secure the border, make sure people don't come in. That's a common sense notion. Democrats are fighting against it. Duh, we shouldn't have little kids being able to lop off their junk without telling mommy or daddy. Yeah, that's common sense. Democrats are against it. Duh, we shouldn't be raising people's taxes by 25 or 30%. The Democrats are for that. Everything that they're trying to do at this point is anti-common sense. So this guy who's talking, in case you're not recognizing him, he's gotten a little bit older. This is Terry McAuliffe, who was the chairman of the DNC back a few years ago. And he's looking at from the outside looking in and going, I don't even know what these people are doing. It's insane. And so you have Democrats now pointing fingers and going, you can't keep doing this stuff. You're alienating people. Oh, I just hope they continue doing it.
And we've lost our broad array. And I go back to the great Clinton years, when Bill Clinton came in office and we had 4 balanced budgets and we had 2 years of surpluses. He reduced the government, the number of employees, by 400,000, Chris. He did it through attrition. He did it through early government payouts. He got where everybody wanted this government to be, and he did it in a way that lifted people up, wasn't cruel to anybody, and had a booming economy, but talked common sense. Talked like the Arkansas guy he was.
When Bill Clinton was in office, I had my old business partner. And it was so funny. He was like, I don't care what Bill Clinton's doing with cigars. I don't care what Bill Clinton's doing here or there. The bottom line is we're making money. Things are going good. We're selling houses. We're buying houses. I could care less what's going on between him and Monica and Hillary. I don't care. And that's pretty much how things were. You guys want to be stupid in your personal lives and do crazy things, and I don't think people would even care right now if people were doing like what the guy was doing in the Senate room, taking pictures. If people were prosperous, wealthy, and doing well, I don't think nobody would care about their insanity. But they stopped trying to help people do well, and their focus at this point is to force their ideology on you. I could go my entire life and never interact with a drag queen. So I would care less if you're out there dancing. I hate the fact that some are doing it in front of kids, but it would never cross my path. And right now, what the Biden administration was trying to do is force it into your home. And so there's Democrats now who are going, I don't like Republicans, but damn, this is kind of stupid. Real stupid. And they don't seem to understand how Americans are reacting to it or don't care. And so in furtherance of that, and having Americans react to things, I don't know if you've seen this.
I mean, look, this has been a historically unproductive Congress so far. I mean, it's basically bizarro land compared to where we were during the first Trump administration. So laws signed by a president since 1953 at this point of presidency. Look, the fewest on record through this point, there have only been 5. Get it? 5 laws actually passed by this Congress and then signed into law by the president. Compare that to 2017 when you actually had 35 by this point, which was the most on record. So it's not much of a surprise that this Congress is struggling to actually pass legislation, because the fact is that has been the rule of the game so far, where they just really haven't been able to pass anything. And the fact that they'll actually be able to pass something, well, it's a minor miracle by some accords.
Without Congress, Donald Trump has proven that he's just going to go on without them, which is why executive orders have come in so much, so often, and so early. What are the numbers around that?
Yeah, so, if Congress has been historically unproductive, Donald Trump has been historically productive. What are we talking about here? Well, if you can't pass a law, why don't you just sign an executive order? That's what Donald Trump's been doing. So Trump executive orders at this point. In 2017, it was just 36. Look at the number now. Holy Toledo, 152. That is the most on record for any president at this point in a presidency, dating back since at least the FDR administration. Indeed, if you had this 152 and Donald Trump didn't sign a single other one, that itself for the entire year would be the most since FDR. And of course, we still have, 6, 7 months to go? So the bottom line is Congress, historically unproductive, but Donald Trump has been historically productive because he's signed all these executive orders. You can do the quick math. I mean, 4 or 5 times as many this term than he had in his first term? Holy cow.
But then where are Republicans in terms of on this? Like, getting stuff through Congress or not, signing executive orders, it all comes down to trust, like who they actually trust to do it better.
Yeah, you bring in Donald Trump as the closer. He is the Mariano Rivera of the Republican Party, or maybe Jonathan Papelbon if you're a John Berman. You're welcome, Johnny B. Who Republicans trust more if these groups disagree on an issue? Donald Trump or the GOP leaders in Congress? Just 22% say the GOP leaders in Congress. 58%, that's a very large number, say Donald Trump. So the bottom line is, yes, Congress is struggling, but Donald Trump is thriving in terms of getting his agenda enacted, and that is why Donald Trump is going to be pushing these Republicans very hard in order to get this budget passed.
Well, of course, because executive orders, those can change with the signature of the next president.
You got it exactly right.
Thank you, Harry.
You mean a real signature? you mean an actual signature, not an auto pen. So when we were talking to Scott Jennings earlier today, this auto pen thing, the Democrats are trying to avoid it like the plague. They don't really see this as the storm that it really is. Maybe because not enough Republicans are making it to be the storm that it should be addressed. It is huge. So we're all going to be sitting around watching what are the moves that Pam Bondi is going to have to do to start digging into this auto pen stuff. In fact, I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been an investigation launched as of yet. What are we waiting for? You can launch an investigation. I guess they're going to wait for the House to do it first, but let's get on it. All right, so I got some other news, but let me just make sure nothing's happening. President Trump and Pete Hegseth have not come out as of yet. Obviously, as soon as they come out, I will jump right to it. Pete and Trump, I guess maybe this might be the Golden Dome. We shall see. But I wanted to show you this. SV had sent me this earlier. U.S. backs deep sea mining. Scientists call it a death sentence for the ocean floor. However, Trump just signed an order to speed up deep sea mining, sending U.S. companies after metal-rich nodules sitting 2.5 miles beneath the Pacific. These potato-sized rocks are packed with nickel, cobalt, and copper. They also anchor deep-sea ecosystems full of glow-in-the-dark sharks, coral forests, and animals no one's even discovered yet. So how do you know they're there? Just saying. Mining them means bulldozing 8 million-year-old seabeds and kicking up blinding sediment clouds that could suffocate sea life. Scientists say it's irreversible damage. Over 900 experts in 30-plus countries want a moratorium. The U.S. just hit the fast forward on it. Let me read between the lines and give you the cliff notes. Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Let's go. Let's do it. I'm not about, making things untenable in the sea. I live right by the sea, but I don't put any credence in these so-called experts because we were all supposed to be dead by now anyway. Remember, hey, we only got like 10 years left and, global warming. So once you missed a couple of those deadlines, I can no longer put any credence into what you're saying. Now you just look like a kook and nobody wants to hear what you have to say. Other bit of news while we're waiting. Besides the census itself, the U.S. Census Bureau performs 102 additional surveys costing $2.2 billion. Many of them obsolete, with the results not being used to drive any action nor even looked at. So they're doing surveys that nobody is paying attention to. None whatsoever. Where did I click off the wrong thing here? All right. The Census Bureau and DOGE are reviewing them one by one. So far, 5 wasteful surveys totaling 493 pages of questions and $16 million in cost have been terminated with questions like in your entire life, have you had at least 12 drinks of any kind of alcohol? Was this mostly regular wine, wine coolers, or fortified wine? How frequently do you use the internet in your home? Man, these people sat around and just figured out ways to try and spend your money. Just they didn't care. Just spending people's money without any regard whatsoever. It's disgusting. I just don't get it. It was interesting. Is this the one I want to show you? All right. So talk about Eric Swalwell. Ashley sent this to me. I guess this is now making its way around. Listen to this.
I'm also concerned about people on this committee and their own anti-police rhetoric. This is a defund the FBI campaign effort.
That was quite entertaining from someone that had a sexual relationship with a Chinese spy.
Oh.
And everyone knows it. But
I
thanks
move
for
to take our words down. Completely inappropriate.
Yeah, stand by just a second while we research the rule. Give me just a second. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia and asks if she would like to retract those words.
No, I will not.
Again, this is from like a year and a half ago, whatever, but this is what the Republicans have to become. Fight these people tooth and nail. And they should just put that and her and Nancy Mace and some of these other people, Tim Burchett, and just go out there and just go after these people. Don't give an inch, nothing to these people. Yeah, at least that's what they should be doing. All right, so I want to, while we're waiting for President Trump and Pete Hegseth to come out, I want to go over something. Well, let's take a few comments first. Do not come for MTG. No, not at all. Yeah, so were his actions, but they don't want to take that down. MTG is awesome. She's a fire. How about no? Yeah, exactly. Swallow well. Dude sleeping with a Chinese spy, and he's worried about what she's saying. Crazy. All right, so the White House put out something that I want to show you. It's pretty interesting. It goes through why the big, beautiful bill should be approved, why it should be voted into law. And while we're waiting for President Trump and Pete Hegseth to come out, I thought we should probably take a look at this. There's a lot in here, and this is stuff that you can probably share with, friends and stuff. 20 reasons why Congress must unite behind the one big, beautiful bill and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime generation. So, let's go through these 20 items that they have posted on the White. This is directly from the White House feed. Number 1, it delivers the largest tax cut in American history. Fine by me. Number 2, it includes no taxes on tips and no tax on overtime. I understand the people who wanted no tax on Social Security, but for some reason they didn't include it, but they've got no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. 3, it delivers big, beautiful deportations. The bill permanently secures our border by making the largest border security investment in history. 4, it finishes President Trump's border wall. I didn't know they were still doing a border wall, but I'm all for that. Number 5, it boosts Border Patrol and ICE agents on the front lines. Jobs. Where are we? It protects Medicaid for Americans by kicking 1.4 million. Now just look at that. It kicks 1.4 million newcomers off of Medicaid. So your question before that should be, why are there 1.4 million people that you're paying for? 1.4 million. Number 7, and they hate this one, as I was mentioning earlier, it requires Americans to work if they receive benefits. Got a problem with that? Nope. Go to work. 8, it reverses the spending curse plaguing Washington. The legislation delivers the largest deficit reduction in nearly 30 years. I'm okay with that. 9, it ends taxpayer, I can't say it on YouTube, but you can see, it stops that. Which I don't understand how in 2025 that is even something to debate. 10, it provides historic relief to Social Security recipients. So I've seen that a few times. I don't know what that means. I'm going to have to look before the Tonight Show and find out what are these historic tax relief to Social Security recipients. Number 11, it will give Americans permanent tax relief through the Trump tax cuts. 12, it finally modernizes air traffic control, fulfilling President Trump's plan to completely overhaul the systems that keep Americans flying safely and efficiently. Don't know how you can be against that. 13, it ends the taxpayer-funded Green New Scam. The legislation repeals or phases out every green corporate welfare subsidy in Democrats' so-called Inflation Reduction Act, and that's something that they really have a problem with. Rhinos do. Don't know why. 14, love this one. It incentivizes made in America. 15, it is pro-family. The One Big Beautiful Bill increases the child tax credit and establishes the MAGA accounts for newborns to start saving and strengthens paid family leave. They hate that. They don't want you to save. Number 16, it repeals Democrats' insane attack on the gig economy, and it repeals the Venmo, PayPal, and other transactions over 600 to be reported to the IRS. That's insane. You're telling me you guys are doing all kinds of insider trading. That's fine. That's okay. But the fact that if I send $500 to a graphic designer in Brussels and say, can you design this or that for me? Oh, it's almost to the point where, we got to keep it under 6 so that he doesn't get, looked at. Crazy. 17, it protects family farmers. Not sure why you would have a problem with that either. That seems like it's pretty much a no-brainer. 18, it's a once-in-a-generation chance to revolutionize our nation's defense capabilities and to protect the homeland against new threats. Maybe we'll be hearing a little bit more about that right now. 19, it unleashes American energy dominance, or as we could say, put that right there, drill baby drill. And 20, it boosts American mineral development. This bill increases mining of domestic minerals and makes America less dependent on foreign adversaries for, I just saw it click, so I thought they're doing it. Makes America less dependent on foreign adversaries for critical minerals. So, why would you have a problem with any of that if you're a Democrat? Why? Don't know. I have no idea. That seems like it strengthens America at this point. Looking at this, I'm seeing the words "no tax" trending. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like Massey has reintroduced no tax on Social Security. This is very interesting. So, looks like they're trying to get it back into the bill so that there will be no taxes on Social Security. We'll see. We'll see what happens very soon. All right, so while we're waiting for him, I also want to check something else. 1 minute. This is interesting. All right, so as of right now, the stock market is down 277 points. And looks like Walmart decided to say it would raise prices and risk Trump's fury. All right, so it's down 277 right now because people are worried about the credit rating and how the credit rating in America has fallen because Moody dropped the credit rating because they're playing games per se with everything. But a big story, and I'm looking to see if there's a video or are we just going to have to show the story. It's happening, people. This is updated 30 minutes ago. And it's probably, we keep seeing the breadcrumbs for it. You keep seeing people talk about it. So it might indeed be coming. So let me go ahead and arrange this for you. This is a huge story that you won't hear much in the media talk about. All right. Boom. This one just came out 30 minutes ago while we're talking. Kristi Noem says Trump can deport who he wants, botches what habeas corpus means. Kristi Noem was grilled on the concept of habeas during a Senate hearing weeks after White House Deputy Chief Staff Stephen Miller floated suspending due process for migrants. Noem falsely claimed that habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from the country. Instead, habeas guarantees a person's constitutional right to challenge in court of law their detention by government. Understand what they just did there. It's so much BS what they just did there. They lied. It's a full-on lie. Suspension of habeas is what she was talking about, you morons. All right, so looks like we've got Melania talking. I think this is live. Let's take it.
Is not where our work ends on this issue. Now we look to the Federal Trade Commission and the private sector to do their part. Today, through the Take It Down Act, we affirm that the well-being of our children is central to our future of our families and America. Good afternoon and welcome to the White House. It's an honor to join you here today for the signing of the Take It Down Act, a national victory that will help parents and families protect children from online.
Okay, so that was yesterday. That is not the Pete Hegseth thing. That's the Take It Down Act from yesterday, where they did the Take It Down so that you can't just put up stuff, basically revenge porn. So as of right now, he has not begun speaking with Pete Hegseth. So I did want to show you this from CNBC. Very interesting. Take a listen to this.
The big question that everybody's wondering about after what we heard from Walmart last week, we'll be hearing from Target this week. He said tariffs, when it comes to tariffs, it's pretty important to give context that for Home Depot, more than 50% of our purchases are sourced in the United States. He says the vast number of suppliers have diversified sourcing. And he said this, 12 months from now, no single country outside of the United States will represent more than 10% of Home Depot's purchases. He says because of our scale, great partnerships with our partners and our suppliers, and productivity, we continue to drive our business. He said we intend to generally maintain our current pricing levels across our portfolio, and that's pretty different than what you've heard from most of the rest of these big companies, these big retailers that have to bring in a lot of products from China and beyond. So he said they've been working on this for about 10 years. It's a little easier for them to handle some of these things.
All right, give me a second. I got to wire up here so I can configure President Trump.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Okay, so we're all set, just waiting on President Trump. He was due to come out at 3:11 right now, 3:12. He has not come out as of yet. As soon as he comes out, we will cut directly to him. I don't know what's holding him up. Couldn't tell you, but he's not here yet. So, want to show you guys this thing from Patriot Addict again. Thank you very much. It's a different one. This is the new berry pack. This is the new berry pack. So this is huge. This is a whole lot of stuff here. Patriot Addict is back with their best-selling Trump collectors bundle for you called the Berry Pack. This is the Berry Pack is the ultimate Trump collection featuring a 45-47 Trump hat. I don't have that as of yet to put on, but as soon as I get that, I will definitely show you the 45-47 hat. The Trump 2024 flag I do have in front of me, which, by the way, I think I was telling you guys yesterday, this flag is a really decent-sized flag. And I got it backwards, and here we go. President Trump. That's the flag, if you guys can see the entire thing. And trying to show it, but it's a huge flag, which would be great because if you guys know, Flag Day is June 14th, which also happens to coincide, and it's President Trump's birthday. President Trump's birthday is Flag Day, so this flag would be awesome to show everybody and fly outside your house. So you get the Trump 4547 hat, you get the flag. You also, let me just make sure, yep, you get the knife as well. You get the Trump knife as a part of this package. Here's the Trump knife that you guys all can see. I've shown you many times. It's very sharp. Got some good weight to it. Very sharp. It's also got a window breaker here, and it also has a seatbelt blade right up in there so you can get that. Let me close this so I don't cut myself. And then you also get the Trump blanket, which I've shown you many times. This is one heck of a pack. I love this pack. This is there's a lot to do with this one. If everybody's paying attention, where's this say Donald Trump? There. Wait a minute. Okay, there, Donald Trump. There we go. Here's the blanket right there. All right, so you get the blanket, you get the Trump hat. You get the Trump flag, you get the Trump knife, all this together. Trump knife, Trump hat, Trump blanket, is there anything else in there? And the Trump flag. All four of these things. Normally they cost $238, but they're practically giving it away to the Fanfare viewers for just $69. But be aware the prices may fluctuate. They may go up in the next day or so. They set aside just 500 packs for this audience here, and they're already down to the last few. After you've seen it, we've changed some things a couple times, and I can't guarantee this collection will be available again, so scan the QR code right now or visit berrypack.com to claim yours before they disappear forever. This is different than the blanket I showed you earlier where it was a giveaway. This one is everything. The flag, the knife, the blanket, the hat. Regularly $238. You can get it for $69. That's if you want the whole kit and caboodle. So if you want that, go to berrypack.com or click the QR code, take a screenshot of it, and do that. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the people in Patriot Act, too. Very much appreciate that. All right, so he has not come out yet. Let me just make sure I put this up here so if I start taking some comments, I won't miss if he walks out. And here we go. As a conservative woman, I voted for the presidential candidate who's out on bail. Did you hear where CERN turned lead into gold? No, I have not. I don't know how that could do it. Trump Trump needs to end the month. Yes, next month. The blowhorns will be sounding. The flags will be waving. The streets will be filled. As this next month is the entire month. They get an entire month. Yeah, well, it is what it is, but I agree with you. Grok is tied into Google. Don't need it. What you talking about, Willis? What are you talking about, Willis? That's crazy. Mom got me that stupid I heard it through the grapevine t-shirt. My 51st birthday falls on Memorial Day this year. That's a day to mourn our falling soldiers, indeed. Sin month. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Just ordered his book, saved a few bucks too, talking about Scott Jennings' book. While Haynes, our local Ace Hardware, is more expensive than Home Depot. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Let's see, I'm waiting for my Trump box. I got my blanket and knife and all hats. Box will be a great addition. Great, thank you. Love to see it. Go ahead. Gold, when you think of it, it's unique. Yeah, gold, again, they're not making, never going to be worth zero, so it's a good thing. Let's see here. I'm just looking through some of the Some of you guys put up stuff here I can't possibly put up here because, oh my goodness, if I put it up here, it would be crazy. Bill in Toledo Grammar, yes. Lots of rumors out there. Grok isn't tied into Google. Google has their own AI, Gemini, and some other things that they're working on. Grok's not part of Google. I don't like to challenge people too much with things. But no, it's not correct. Go down to Pride Month probably wearing your Trump blankets. Now that would be funny. Yes, Gemini is Google, not Grok. Absolutely. So I'm not sure why God Bless America felt that way. Sometimes you guys have to dig in and get some information. The hell it isn't. It gives the same answers as Wikipedia. All right. How do I say this? Grok is a generative AI. And what that means is if you ask Grok XYZ, it's going to go out wherever its knowledge base is and pull in all kinds of things and consolidate it. It is not tied into Google. It's not. Most of the data probably comes from other tweets and things of that nature. I'm not here to convince you, but you can go look up XAI and find out for yourself in that regard. But it is not tied in together with Google. KRO says gold is 33.02 and silver is 33.25. Very nice, very nice. Pride flag is counterfeit rainbow. My Ace Hardware is a lumberyard too, and giving Home Depot some serious competition with low prices, especially on 1X lumber. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see them doing that. All right, so I'm burning time here, waiting for them to come on. What I'm going to do is got to go to the little boys' room. And so for me to go to the little boys' room, I've got to we've been here for 3.5 hours. Now we're waiting for President Trump. So excuse me for a second. I shall be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you very much. Something interesting is happening right now. I'm not sure why this would be happening, but at this point, it appears as though something weird is going on. Federal law enforcement surround a Hawaiian Airlines plane at San Diego International Airport. And doesn't look like much about surrounding. Looks like they're there to take somebody off the plane. I don't see any fire engines, so we're not talking about a hazard. So it's definitely a police action that they pulled this plane over and are now boarding it, and they've got all kinds of police there. So something is going on in San Diego where they've decided, if you notice, that airplane is nowhere near the terminal. So they stopped the airplane out on the tarmac. Actually, sort of looked like a runway, actually, that they stopped this plane on. And they are actually And if I look at it closely, those don't look like San Diego police. Let me look if I can zoom in. It looks like almost Customs and Border, doesn't it? That vehicle. So they're saying that there's some sort of security incident. But the video is saying that it's federal agencies. So, not sure what that's all about. Interesting. What's going on? I got to believe there's some crazy things about to happen. Crazy things about to happen in America. As who knows what's going to happen. Crazy. Absolutely nuts how things are happening in this country right now. So let me see what else is going on in the news that I can bring you while they're waiting. I just played this video for you in regards to Home Depot. Let me just show this to you. It's taking a second to load. Home Depot, which has always been a friend to President Trump, if I have to be honest, has declined to raise prices as a result of tariffs one-upping their competitors. More than half of what the company sells comes from the U.S., is what I just talked to you about. It's interesting that you don't have to raise tariffs if you don't want to raise tariffs. You can choose not to succumb to the BS. And I guess Home Depot has said, no, we're doing good. We're making money. We don't need to hammer people at all. Crazy. Absolutely. You can do it. Let me see if I see anything else out here worthwhile bringing in while we're waiting. All right, so tonight I'm going to be doing our 7 p.m. show. In our 7 p.m. show, we're going to talk about some of the things that's happening right now in the news. I see Mark Wayne Mullen talking. Nothing really. Elon Musk talking. Okay, hold on. I'd like to take this from Elon Musk. 1 second. Let me grab it. Because when Elon Musk talks, especially when he's talking business, I like to hear some of the things he has to say. All right. I'd love to find this entire video. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm bringing this in.
My question is more about your work at Doge, for example. Was that worth it? You know, to the extent you are now, Elon, you were a somewhat divisive figure 2 years ago, but now you really are. I mean, there are people who love you, but there are a lot of people who dislike you, some of whom were your customers. And I wonder, was it worth the undertaking at Doge and everything else that you've done and how outspoken you've been in terms of the things you believe in to antagonize so many potential buyers and or users of things like a robo-taxi?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, what I've learned is that legacy media propaganda is very effective at making people believe things that aren't true.
What would an example of that be?
That I'm a Nazi, for example. Right. And how many legacy media publications, talk shows, whatever, try to claim that I was a Nazi because of some random hand gesture at a rally where all I said was that my heart goes out to you, and I was talking about space travel.
All right, so I have, since that was playing, have found the full interview. Let's take a listen. I haven't heard this myself. I hope it's not nasty. He's never nasty, but let's listen.
Thank you. And Elon Musk is here. We're in the lobby of the Gigafactory here in Austin. Last time I was here was your annual meeting a couple of years ago, so thank you for having us back.
Welcome back.
You got a robo-taxi right behind you.
We do?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it right there. And obviously you've been meeting with the Transportation Secretary.
Yeah.
Are you going to have full autonomous on the roads of Austin by the end of June?
Yes.
You are. What gives you that confidence?
We have cars driving 24/7 with drivers in the cars, and we see essentially no interventions. So now we want to be very careful with the first introduction of unsupervised full self-driving, meaning that the car's driving around with no one in it.
Right.
So we're going to
no one behind a driver's.
Well, yes, and sometimes no one in it at all.
Right.
It's going to pick someone up. The car has to be incredibly safe. So we're just being, we have thousands of cars that are being tested, which is creating some strange situations where we just drive there's just a bizarre number of Teslas driving past people's houses. They're like, what's going on?
I think we even saw one last night coming from the airport. Yeah, driving at night alone.
So just,
it looked very lonely.
It's just, they look a little lonely.
Yeah.
So it's looking good for Austin next month.
Yeah, some estimates have been that you're only going to have 10 to 12 of them on the road initially. I mean, it's going to be a very small amount. Is that correct?
Yeah, for the first week.
First week. How do you see it ramping up?
Well, we'll have to see how well it does, but I think it's prudent for us to start with a small number, confirm that things are going well, and then scale it up proportionate to how well we see it's doing.
Right, and what's going to be a judge of how well it's doing?
I mean, are there any incidents? Are there any interventions? But we want to deliberately take it slow. I mean, we could start with 1,000 or 10,000 on day one, but I don't think that would be prudent. So we'll start with probably 10 for a week, then increase it to 20, 30, 40. And I think by, say, we'll probably be at 1,000 within a few months. Mm-hmm. And then we'll expand to other cities, so expand to San Francisco, California, Los Angeles,
is that a real
Antonio.
Possibility in the not too distant future? I mean, Texas is very different, I don't need to tell you, than California when it comes to regulation. They don't really have much here in terms of dealing with autonomous, but it's a different story in California. Yeah,
but California's already approved. Waymo's been doing autonomous driving in California for a while.
Right. But do you need a separate approval, or is it somehow?
Right now, the approval process is very haphazard and sort of state by state and sometimes city by city.
We were talking to the Secretary of Transportation about that very fact a moment ago. Yeah.
Right. So it's going to be important to have a unified set of national regulations for self-driving cars. Otherwise, you're going to get into this weird situation where if you're driving from Maine to New York, you're going to go through 10 different sets of regulations. Cars are going to behave differently. It's not going to make any sense.
No.
So one set of regulations that, just like there is for highway driving, that's what I think makes sense for the country as a whole. But my prediction is that probably by the end of next year, we'll have probably hundreds of thousands, if not
hundreds of thousands,
if not over 1 million Teslas doing self-driving in the U.S.
Oh my gosh, the Jetsons are here. Can you imagine? 1 million self-driving cars on the road by next year this time. 1 million. So I'd love to know in the chat, because even I, who as much as into AI as I possibly can at this point, I can't imagine getting in a robot-assisted, AI-driven car. What will that do to Uber? Oh my goodness. And like I had posted a while back, what a business to start. Imagine getting in now and buying, say, 5 or 10 of these things, where you don't have to pay any driver, and you just put it on call and it goes to the airport and picks somebody up and takes them where they need to go. Cha-ching! And a group of people want to go to a restaurant. Cha-ching! And what'll be very interesting is to determine whether or not you can get insurance for that. And how the insurance industry is gonna look at self-driving cars. Very, very interesting. 1 million.
Those are not okay. What percentage of those are going to be? Well, not the cyber cab. You're just talking about on full self-driving, level 4.
Unsupervised full self-driving,
right.
Meaning you do not need to pay attention.
Right. For me, if I own a Tesla and I have the software and the capability of doing it.
Yes.
Right.
But we'll have a model which is kind of like some combination of Uber and Airbnb. So if you're a Tesla owner,
right.
You'll be able to add or subtract your car to the fleet. So just like an Airbnb, you could like rent out your spare bedroom or rent out your house when you're not using it. And the same thing will be available for Tesla owners. So it's a way for Tesla owners to earn revenue. Instead of having your car sit in the parking lot, your car could be earning money.
You and I talked about that a couple of years ago, which takes me back a bit because, of course, I mean, you remember 2019, you were talking about 2020, the introduction of autonomous, and now you just introduced a fairly somewhat ambitious target. Why do you have the confidence now that in a year, there'll be 1 million available.
Well, and by the end of next year, I think.
End of next year.
So it's just more like 18 months.
26, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I think these things happen slowly, but then all at once.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's Peter Thiel has a book, 0 to 1. Once you have a proof point, once you have it working, then scaling up is, just a matter of time. So once it's working well in Austin, then we'll make sure it works well in other cities. I mean, there are obviously some unique cases like downtown New York, like if you're but that's a highly unusual situation. Most cities in America are like Austin. So
right. Although you can go on full self-driving right now in New York. I mean, you can obviously have to sit there behind the wheel,
yes.
and it'll do it.
Oh yeah, no,
it'll navigate the traffic. I've seen it.
Yes, no, even a Tesla that you buy right now, and the self-driving just costs $99 a month, will give you autonomous driving anywhere in the country right now. The question is, when is it unsupervised?
Right.
Where that's where we want
where
to.
you're sitting in the back, so to speak.
Yes, where you're like asleep, and the car, you wake up at your destination.
Yeah.
In order for that to be the case, we want the autonomous car to be much safer than a car driven by a person.
Right. Again, I'll come to Waymo, because even though they only have about 700 cars, they obviously are on the market. They're in Beverly Hills, all over the place.
It's a proof of concept.
They've got 28 cameras. They've got LiDAR and radar. You've had a different approach. 8 to 9 cameras and the neural network. Why do you feel that is going to be the equivalent in terms of safety profile?
Oh, I think it'll be better.
Why?
Because the way that the road system is designed is for AI. It's for intelligence, biological neural net, and eyes. That's how the whole road system is designed. So what will actually work best for the road system is artificial intelligence, digital neural nets, and cameras. And we also have the microphones so the car can hear emergency vehicles and that kind of thing.
Right. You are going to have the microphones to hear the
you need to hear.
That was a question. Right. You need to hear a fire engine or a police car.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
But that's how the whole road system is designed. It's not designed for shooting lasers out of your eyes. And what we found is that when you have multiple sensors, and they tend to get confused. So do you believe the camera or do you believe the LiDAR? Mm-hmm. And if they get confused, that's where that's what can lead to accidents. So we used to have, for example, radar in the car, but we found that the radar and the camera would sometimes disagree, and then you don't know which one to believe.
So it wasn't about expense. It was just about
no.
Yeah. Are you seeing the data
In fact, we turned off the radars in the cars.
You turned off the radar. Yeah. So I mean, are you comfortable right now? If I were to say to you, all right, let's go, you think that you're there in terms of the safety profile?
Breaking news into the Fanfare newsfeed.
All right, so it looks like we're getting some information as to what exactly this meeting is about. It appears that information may be leaking from the White House, which means this is going to be a tape delayed type thing. Want to show you this. This was something that Reagan Reese, you guys have seen Reagan here on the show quite a few times. Here's what she has posted.
Trump has a big Oval Office announcement today. My name is Reagan Reese. I'm the White House correspondent for the Daily Caller. And right now I'm on my way to the White House because officials unexpectedly added a 3 p.m. announcement to President Trump's schedule that he's expected to make with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Now, yesterday, Hegseth was on Fox News, and he hinted that the administration could have an announcement coming this week about how they plan to hold officials accountable for President Biden's disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. But now we're seeing reports that the announcement today could actually be about Trump's Gold Dome missile shield. This is a project he ordered back in January that would hopefully have the power to track and intercept missiles. It's something that could take years to implement and billions of dollars, and so we're hoping to get more details about it today. I'm going to be covering that event and all the White House happenings Monday through Friday, so make sure you press the follow button so you can follow along and I can bring you all of the good reporting.
All right, so Megan says that, and then just a little while ago, we see this on Fox.
From the Pentagon, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is going to be and has instructed the Pentagon to launch a comprehensive review into the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. In this new memo, Hegseth says Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell will be convening a special review panel to thoroughly examine previous investigations to include but not limited to, findings of fact, sources, witnesses, and analyze the decision-making that led to one of America's darkest and deadliest international moments.
So we got some butt puckerage about to happen in the Biden administration again. So, or former Biden administration. So if they're going to be looking at what happened with Afghanistan, now remember, all of that, they were flying people over, people hanging from the planes, people dropping to their death, people blowing up at the airport. Nobody has been brought to any justice the entire time since this has happened. That's what supposedly is the announcement coming up. So I just got word. SV sent me some information as well. Let me see if what did SV send me? I believe SV sent me the same thing. SV sent me something from Betty. So we're all waiting for this to happen. It has not gone live yet, but it appears as though at what's going on at this point is that President Trump and Pete Hegseth are going to announce what leads to somewhat of a accountability investigation towards what happened in the Afghanistan thing. So this is going to be pretty good. So let me go ahead and continue with Elon here so you guys can hear him while we're waiting for President Trump. And I've got some other stuff coming up as well. Let me get this lined up. All right, so he has not come live as of yet. Let's continue with the Elon. This is fascinating.
You think that you're there in terms of the safety profile you're seeing right now?
Yeah, we could take a ride today if you want. Sure.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to take a ride with you anytime you want, wherever you want. Logistics capability to operate sort of a ride-hailing fleet at scale, because you mentioned, obviously, let's call it the end of 26. Are you going to have an app? Are you there? Do you have that ability?
I think we can figure out an app. Somebody tells me.
You're not worried about it?
Which already has an app.
Yeah, I know. But so is there going to be a ride-hailing app you'll introduce?
How to write an app, that's really not the...
It's not too hard?
No.
XAI could probably do it for you in like an hour?
Tesla can write apps just fine.
Do you ever consider licensing the technology at some point?
Yes, there are a number of major automakers that have talked to us about licensing self-driving, and we're very much open to that. I think the more we demonstrate the capability of self-driving, the more that they will want to license it, and we're happy to help.
Back to the safety profile, because it's going to obviously be something a key focus. Business Insider, take it for what you want.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
All right, so I got something else going on. Some Republicans led by Dan Crenshaw. It's not really a press conference, but they're talking outside the Capitol right now.
Actually flew in all sorts of people from around the country, kids with disabilities, adults with disabilities, claiming these are the people who we were taking Medicaid away from. It was all a lie. It was deeply unethical for them to bring those people in, scare them into thinking their Medicaid was going to be taken away. So here's the truth. They claim we're kicking poor people off Medicaid. It's false. In actuality, 4.8 million able-bodied adults would rather just not work or volunteer, but they'd still be on if they could work, if they wanted to work. 1.6 million are enrolled in 2 states. 1.2 million aren't even eligible to begin with. 1.4 million are illegal immigrants. So this is not a purge. It's not cuts. It's accountability to fix the system for what it's intended to be for, which is kids and the poor. They say we're cutting substance abuse treatment. That's wrong. The bill explicitly exempts those with substance abuse disorders. They say we're slashing Medicaid entirely, yet here's the reality. Spending still grows 6.5% above 2021 projections. That's even after the $800 billion in savings. So that's the opposite of a cut. It's growth. And they also deny that illegal immigrants are even on Medicaid. But for California, for instance, it diverts $5.2 billion to do just that. This bill closes that loophole. And finally, they say there's going to be budget chaos within the states. Well, the reality is what we're actually doing is freezing runaway provider taxes and payments. Hospitals will still get what they need. So in summary, this bill is nothing what the Democrats claim it is. Nothing. None of what I just described can even be loosely interpreted as the word cuts. And yet that is exactly what they keep saying. And it's false, and the American people should know that. I'll leave it there, and I would like to introduce my friend from New York, Representative Nicole Maliotakis.
Thank you. Is this your pen? Somebody's pen. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. As a member of the House Ways and Means Committee, very happy that we were able to pass this out of our committee last week. And I wanted to give you just an overview of some of the important tax provisions, because what you'll hear from the Democrats, they claim that these are tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, for the billionaires, and that's simply not true. We're focused on the middle class, on working Americans, middle class families, and senior citizens. So not only are we tripling the SALT deduction for families with incomes of less than $400,000, we're increasing the child tax credit. We are increasing the standard deduction. And my legislation that would give a deduction of $4,000 for senior citizens who are struggling to get by on their Social Security checks. $4,000 for single, up to $75,000 in income, and you double that to $8,000 deduction for seniors who are married, up to $150,000 combined income. That is not billionaires. That is not the ultra wealthy. Those are the working and middle class people that we represent, and that is who we're fighting for in this piece of legislation. And so the Democrats want to have a tax cut on everybody across the board. We're making sure that not only do we keep those income brackets where they are right now, but we are giving extra support for, again, working families, middle-class families, and our senior citizens who are struggling to get by on their Social Security checks. And with that, I will introduce my colleague from Ways and Means. Hopefully I didn't say everything he was going to say. Blake Moore from Utah.
Blake Moore from Utah. Thanks, Nicole. No, in fact, there's a lot of aspects to the tax portion of this bill, and I actually wanted to talk about some of the major economic growth factors. The child tax credit, standard deduction, and things that Nicole mentioned are exceptional, and they actually constitute a majority of the bill. But it's important to understand three things: what took place in 2017, what's in this current bill, and what it's going to do going forward. 2017, we went through a major tax reform moment in our country, and we learned one major thing. When you keep taxes, or in our case, we needed to lower taxes to make them competitive for the global business community, you will see economic growth. And with that economic growth, ironically, you actually see revenue growth. Instead of companies being able to use a lower tax rate over in, say, Ireland, they were saying, hey, it's actually comparable now to do that in the U.S. I'm going to repatriate our revenue back here, and we get more revenue. That cannot be understated, the importance of the concept of keeping taxes competitive so we continue with strong revenue growth. And that's what took place in 2017. All of those provisions expire, for the most part, at the end of this year. And if we don't get this bill done, there will be a significant tax increase on every American and every business across the country. And so what we're doing here is taking a look at 2017 and saying what was so productive about that created a lot of strong economic growth, and we're going to make that permanent. That's getting missed in all of the conversations. We are making permanent what was 2017's reform. And we're saying we want to continue that strong economic growth so we can continue to be the GDP leader of the free world. Okay? That's what's in this bill. That's the majority of what we're doing, is we're looking at 2017, and now we're moving forward with permanency. And it cannot be understated. But the aspects that I'm really excited about are things that we're going to be able to do in addition to that. Making sure that you can expense your R&D. We want American invested R&D, research and development. Things when you go buy a piece of equipment for your company, instead of writing that off over a several year period or only getting 80, 60, 20, 40% of it, you're going to get 100% expensing, and the interest portion of your EBITDA is now going to be back to where it should be, and we're going to see an enormous amount of economic growth come from that. But every single person, when talking about this bill, should be able to highlight this one provision. It's called 199A. Small businesses typically set themselves up as an LLC or an S corp, shared partnership, and they get a 20% deduction. If this bill does not get through, we won't be able to have that going forward. There will be a massive increase on small businesses across the country. And what we're doing here is making sure that that is consistent and permanent for the next generation of business owners and for the foreseeable future. That cannot go unstated, and it cannot get bogged down in all the conversation that's getting done about this bill and the fact that we're going to give the economy and the American worker and the American family some real consistency. And thanks, and I yield now to Mr. Dan Newhouse from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I appreciate being here with my colleagues of the Republican Main Street Partnership to talk about this very important piece of legislation. You know, as a member of the House Agriculture Committee, I am very proud of our portion of this one big, beautiful bill. We've restored the integrity of the SNAP program by making states true partners in the program and returning it to what Congress originally intended SNAP to be, and that is truly supplemental. We were able to include critical pieces of the Farm Bill that will give farmers across the country relief and support that they desperately need. We expanded American trade opportunities by over doubling the funding for our market access programs, delivering a win for specialty crops and trade-reliant communities across the country, all while reducing overall spending. The bottom line of this legislation is that we invested in the future of our farmers. We strengthened SNAP so that it can help future recipients. And we played our part in keeping taxes low for the middle class and small businesses in our country. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to introduce from the great state of Iowa, Representative Marionette Miller-Meeks.
Here, here. Well, thank you all very much. I'm Congresswoman Marionette Miller-Meeks, proudly representing Iowa's 1st Congressional District. Before I begin, I want to thank our caucus chair, Dusty Johnson, and Vice Chair Mike Flood for their leadership in championing conservative, pro-growth, pro-America solutions. I'm here both as a former small business owner and a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm proud to stand in support of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, a transformational package to lower taxes, secure the border, restore integrity and strengthen Medicaid, eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse from our government, and revive the American dream. And yes, we are doing our jobs. As a mother and a former small business owner, I know what happens if the Tax Cut and Jobs Act expires. The Ways and Means Committee held a field hearing in Iowa at the Iowa State Fair. The people who spoke at that meeting were small business owners and farmers. And what would happen if this bill is not reauthorized? Every small business in Iowa and across America would face a tax hike of at least 20%. I also know what will happen to families everywhere if it expires. Every family, every single mom would face a historic tax increase and lose out on the higher child tax credit. That's unacceptable. I refuse to let radical left progressives force tax increases on hardworking Iowa families and small businesses or take away or reduce the child tax credit. This big, beautiful bill protects America's small businesses, makes the Trump tax cuts permanent, expands the child tax credit, and ends federal taxes on tip and overtime. That's real relief for real hardworking Iowans and Americans, middle income and lower income. Amen. And as a physician, I spent decades working to strengthen and preserve Medicaid for those it was intended for: children, Americans with disabilities, seniors, struggling families, and our veterans. This bill does exactly that. Representative Crenshaw has already pointed out all the myths to you. No more taxpayer-funded Medicaid for illegal immigrants. No more handouts to adults without disabilities who refuse to go to work. No more people who are ineligible for Medicaid being on Medicaid and taking up a position that a child or a disabled adult or a senior could have. We're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, and we are putting patients first. Under President Trump's leadership, the American dream is not just alive, it is being renewed. I yield to Mike Karadopoulos from Florida.
Well, my last name is long, but I will be brief. Let me just say something really simple. I have heard for the last few weeks over and over again that we're somehow giving a big tax cut to the rich. The current highest tax rate is 37%. When this bill passes, it will still be 37%. The people who are getting this tax cut are the people who are senior citizens who earned that benefit for working all these years. The people who are getting this benefit are those folks who work overtime and who work to earn those tips. This is a pro-growth, smart policy that truly rewards work. And I'm excited to be a part of this team, and I'm so proud of the president to actually backing up what he campaigned on. Isn't it a president? How is it great to have a president who backs up what he talked about on the campaign trail? That's why I ran for Congress, to keep promises during the campaign and to move this country forward. And so it's my pleasure to introduce a fellow freshman from the great state of Montana, Troy Downing.
Well, thank you all. I'm Troy Downing, 2nd District of the great state of Montana, and I couldn't be prouder than standing shoulder to shoulder with my Main Street colleagues here. You know, being a family man and a small business owner, you know, the number one contributor to prosperity, economic prosperity, is access to capital. And the best capital access is your own, keeping more of your own. I'm going to say some numbers: 22, 26, 43, and 1,700. 22% is the tax hike the average American was looking at. 26% for an average Montanan, 43% for a Montana small business, and $1,700 in savings, in tax savings for a U.S. family of 4. But all of these things are being corrected with that one big, beautiful bill, making sure that we renew these tax cuts, make these things permanent. One big, beautiful bill. We'll just call it B cubed for short. So I'm really excited about this policy. I'm really excited about my colleagues here. I'm excited about the great work that we've done to get this tax relief, making sure we're extending the TCJA into the future so that we're not facing that, because the path to prosperity is access to capital, and the best capital to have access to is your own. So on that, I'm going to yield to my colleague, Congressman Tony Weed from the great state of Wisconsin.
Well, thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am proud to stand here with my colleagues from Main Street to show support for our big, beautiful bill and dispel the many lies spread by the Democrats and echoed in the mainstream media. In November, the American people sent a clear message to Washington that they are fed up with reckless federal spending, unchecked illegal immigration, and inflation that is hurting the American families. They want to see President Trump's agenda carried forward. And that's exactly what we've been working toward through this reconciliation process. This bill is aimed at providing relief for hardworking Americans, securing our border, and getting our country back on a sound fiscal path. The Democrats have been shouting for months that we are only going to cut taxes for the wealthy. Let me be very clear. That could not be farther from the truth. If we do not pass this bill and extend President Trump's tax cuts, the average working person in my district would see a tax increase of about $1,600 next year. We will not allow that to happen. They have continuously said that we're going to gut Medicaid and other programs such as SNAP. That's false. We are committed to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in these programs so they can be preserved and strengthened for the vulnerable Americans that they were always intended for. I want to thank my colleagues from Main Street for being here today to speak directly to the American people and share the truth about this big, beautiful bill. I look forward to getting it passed this week and continuing our work to make America great again. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to my friend, Representative Rob Whitman.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. Well, Tony, thank you. And thank you to the Main Street Partnership for leading the way and making sure we have that one big, beautiful bill that really is going to chart the course for the future of this nation. And folks, we're at a crossroads. Today, as we speak, the defense spending for the United States of America as a percentage of our economy is at the lowest point since before World War II. And that's in contrast to emerging threats like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Folks, we know what we need to do. The House Armed Services Committee has now allocated $150 billion additional dollars to make sure we are addressing our efforts to rebuild our military, to make sure we're modernizing our military, to make sure we're strengthening our industrial base, to make sure we're supporting those brave men and women that serve in uniform. It's amazing what's happening with this. $9 billion additional dollars to go to support our men and women in uniform, whether it's their salaries, whether it's their base housing allowance, whether it's their base allowance for subsistence. Those basic elements of living and their quality of life are going to increase. We also see, too, there's $34 billion additional dollars to rebuild our Navy, to make sure we have the presence of a Navy Marine Corps around the world to deter our enemies. That's what this is about. $25 billion to accelerate our missile defense system, to make sure we have the ability to protect ourselves against what we see happening in other areas of the world, especially in the Middle East. We know that that could likely happen here. These dollars will go to make sure we have that missile defense system to protect our homeland. We're also going to be spending billions to ramp up munitions production. You know, we have used much of our munitions stockpiles, and we're at a precarious point right now. We're going to be spending more and investing more to rebuild our munitions stockpiles. Also, we're going to be putting $11 billion additional dollars into the Pacific Defense Initiative in the Indo-PACOM area there to make sure we have the ability to deter the fastest growing threat to the United States, the pacing threat, China. Those things are going to be incredibly important, folks. We have a long ways to go and a short time to get there. The challenges are many across the world for entities, countries, individuals that don't like the United States, that look to threaten us, and we know that we have to make the proper investments to make sure we deter. Folks, the most successful defense strategy in the history of our nation goes back to Ronald Reagan. We achieve peace through strength. We want to make sure that Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, the Ayatollahs in Iran wake up every morning and say, no, not today. We are not going to take on the United States because of what they represent and what they have in capability to deter these aggressors, these empires of evil that we see that continue to grow. And with that, I'd like to turn the microphone and the floor to my dear friend, Zach Nunn.
Guys. Well, hey, thanks everybody. My name is Congressman Zach Nunn. I'm a sixth-generation farm kid from Iowa, and I'm proud to be sitting on the Ag Committee. I'm even more proud to be standing with this team to deliver on President Trump's top 3 priorities that he was elected on, that we were elected on for America. Defend our border, energy independence, and the continuation of the greatest tax cut in American history. Now, friends, you're going to hear from liberal progressive millionaires about how this is a tax cut for billionaires. Well, this isn't just jealousy from them. This is a reality home in Iowa. There's Main Street folks who desperately need, depend, and have grown on this. I've invited folks from D.C. to come out to Iowa. And at the Iowa State Fair, we heard directly from Sarah Curry. And I asked Sarah, what would you do with your child tax cut? She said, I'm going to invest in speech therapy for my daughter. I'm going to buy a water heater because it went out last winter. I talked to Jolyn Reeson, who is a Iowa farm kid, and she said what she would do with the extension of the death tax credit is that she would help buy her family farm so they could keep it for another generation, not only in Iowa to help feed the world, but to keep it out of the hands of foreign investors who are praying at the door. Look, the average household across this country saw real money in their pocket, $5,000 that they invested in their community. And here's how I know this works. We cut taxes 3 times in Iowa, and every single time, the money in people's pockets didn't go off to D.C. It was invested right there in Main Street, in their communities, in their schools, and it helped grow our economy to some of the best areas that we've ever seen. The proof is proven at the state level. This bill provides real wins for farmers, families, and community across the area. As a member of the Ag Committee, we made real investments, $60 billion, to strengthen the farm safety net, boost crop insurance, reference prices, and afford new markets, something that hasn't been done in the last 4 years at all. We included over $750 billion in projected growth for small businesses tax relief. That's a permanent 23% small business tax deduction and restoring 100% expensing. This is how you grow an economy, and this is how you take care of America's most vulnerable. Whether it's on Medicaid or SNAP, we've been able to make sure that those individuals who need it, get it. But tragically, those who have wasted it, states with error rates from 15% to 60% in some cases, are held accountable. And that we can have a real carrot and stick approach to make sure that we pay down our debt while still making sure those most vulnerable are protected. I'm thrilled that 40 million families will benefit from this tax credit and be able to receive a $5,000 tax credit for adoption. And this is personal to me. As a dad who adopted 2 girls, I saw firsthand families who couldn't even bring on their grandchildren because of this cost.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here in the Oval Office, one of the great places of the world, as we make a historic announcement about the Golden Dome Missile Defense Shield. That's something we want, and Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but they didn't have the technology. But it's something we're going to have. We're going to have it at the highest level. I want to thank Secretary Hegseth, who's been fantastic, and Secretary Rubio, and Space Force Vice Chief of Space Operations, General Mike Gutlein. I also want to recognize Senators Dan Sullivan, Kevin Cramer, and Jim Banks, fantastic senators, great talents, great political talents, and people that love our country. In the campaign, I promised the American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So, as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed. This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. Very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped to have really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're number one in space by a lot. It's not even close. And Mike is a 4-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I'll bet he's good at offense, too. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Gutlein also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job, and everybody, this was a universal acceptance of General Gutlein. Everybody that knows him and knows everybody else, they said there's only one man for the job, so I have a feeling we have the right guy. But now I'd like to invite Secretary Hegseth and the General to please say a few words and describe the system a little bit. And we appreciate you being here, and the press has really been very fair over the last period of a couple of months. I don't know what happened to you. It was so much more exciting the other way, but you've been very, very fair. We have very high poll numbers, the highest we've ever had, and I think we're doing a great job. We had a tremendous trip to the Middle East, as you know. It was a really amazing trip, and now I came home, and this is the one I was really looking forward to this day. because this is very important for the success and even survival of our country. It's a pretty evil world out there, so this is something that goes a long way toward the survival of this great country. And as I said, we'll be discussing Canada. They want to hook in and they want to see if they can be a part of it. That sort of makes sense. I guess that's what I was talking about from day one. You know, it just automatically makes sense, and it won't be very difficult to do, but they'll pay their fair share. Thank you very much, everybody. And Pete, go ahead.
Sure. Well, Mr. President, add this to the long and growing list of promises made and promises kept. Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans. Mr. President, you said we're going to secure our southern border and get 100% operational control after the previous administration allowed an invasion of people into our country. President Reagan 40 years ago cast the vision for it. The technology wasn't there. Now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether they're conventional or nuclear. It's not lost on me, sir, also that you had the vision to start the Space Force, and here we are when others said we didn't need it. Here we are in the Oval Office with one of the leaders of the Space Force in General Gutlein leading the charge on putting in place a game-changing Golden Dome for America. So, sir, it's an honor to be a part of this bold initiative. We're going to get to work on it. We have been since you signed that executive order on January 27th. We've been fast forward on this. We're here on this day, and this is just one stop in delivering this defense of the homeland, which is something you've charged us with doing, and we'll keep going until it is complete, sir.
Thank you, Pete. Pete's doing a great job, by the way. Thank you very much. General, please.
Mr. President, today is a great day for the nation as we double down on protection of the homeland. As you're aware, our adversaries have become very capable and very intent on holding the homeland at risk. While we have been focused on keeping the peace overseas, our adversaries have been quickly modernizing their nuclear forces, building out ballistic missiles capable of hosting multiple warheads, building out hypersonic missiles capable of attacking the United States within an hour and traveling at 6,000 miles an hour, building cruise missiles that can navigate around our radar and our defenses, building submarines that can sneak up on our shores, and worse yet, building space weapons. It is time that we change that equation and start doubling down on the protection of the homeland. Golden Dome is a bold and aggressive approach to hurry up and protect the homeland from our adversaries. We owe it to our children and our children's children to protect them and afford them a quality of life that we have all grown up enjoying. Golden Dome will afford that. I greatly appreciate your trust in me and your nomination in me and your trust in the team to deliver this. It is a great day for America.
And also, very importantly, it's we're the only ones that have this. We call it super technology. Nobody else has it. And nobody else has really near what we have. So this is a very exciting project. This is something that will, the general said close to 100% protection. So that's something we need. I think it's a very, and everything's going to be made in the USA, by the way, very importantly. So it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. And I just noticed you two, Jim, you're standing there, and behind you is a very important document, Declaration of Independence. And that was in the vault for many decades right under this area. They have vaults with pictures on top. You have Abraham Lincoln. You see, that was the original Abraham Lincoln, the original Washington. And does everybody know who the middle was? General Grant. And so it's very exciting. You look over here, and above Ronald Reagan, you have Thomas Jefferson. That's Monroe from the Monroe document. And you know who that is, right? Andrew Jackson. So we have a lot of very exciting pictures, and on the other side, likewise, some great presidents and great people on many of these, because people were asking about them. Many of them, almost all of them, were in the vaults or nearby, but generally in the vaults downstairs. Well, we have some great. So it's very exciting, and the place has become a little different than you first saw it, Jim, right?
Yes, much
better. A
better.
little bit different, and slightly better. But to think we had them, and some were in the vaults for over 100 years. So it's pretty cool stuff. Everybody knows Jim Banks. He's a great congressman, and now he's a great senator from Indiana. And you might want to say a few words. Jim.
Well, your legacy with Space Force, Mr. President, is already big, but the Golden Dome is going to be an even bigger legacy for our country. And Indiana is going to help you make it.
Right.
the space satellites that are made in Fort Wayne, Indiana by L3 Harris, all the work done at Crane Navy Base in southern Indiana is going to be a big part of it, and Hoosiers are very proud of that. We're proud of you. Thank you very much.
It's going to be a big factor. Thank you, and good luck, and congratulations. You won that race by a lot. That wasn't even a contest, right?
Well, thank you. Thanks to you and all of your support.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please go ahead. You missed that. This is Senator Kramer, and he's one of our best. Can't get any better. Go ahead.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President, and thanks for this. And I remember the day in your first term when you called, and I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee, and you said, I want to have a Space Force. Would you lead the effort on the Senate Armed Services Committee? And I felt so proud thinking that you chose me, only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked out really, really, really well because North Dakota has some great space assets and that contribute to that and to Golden Dome. No surprise that you would be the president that would come along and put the homeland first. And this is just one more example of that. So thanks for this and for allowing me this afternoon. By the way, let me just add my strong endorsement of General Goodline's role in leading this. I don't know anybody better equipped to do it than he is.
Everybody said that.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
Dan Sullivan, Alaska Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your continued leadership on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019 at the Pentagon, you laid out a speech about the Missile Defense Review that had all these principles on missile defense you articulated then during your first term, and now the Golden Dome is all of that. So you're continuing to lead. We really appreciate it. The Congress is stepping up, as you mentioned right now in the budget reconciliation bill, $25 billion for the Golden Dome. And what Senator Kramer and Senator Banks and I and many others, we're working on and I briefed you on this before, sir, on our Golden Dome Act, which we think will have, in terms of legislation that can help cement what you're doing right here, getting the Congress behind it, not just with the funding, but with authorizations. So we're working closely with Secretary Hegseth, General Gutlein, and the whole team. So we're very honored to be here, sir. And, Alaska is the cornerstone of missile defense right now in terms of ground-based missile interceptors, in terms of radar systems that track incoming missiles. So my state is honored to continue to play a critical role in all of this and build on it. And we're really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Great. Any questions?
Mr. President, you had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks that this was a campaign promise of yours. Have military commanders asked for this system specifically? Because NORAD had said previously that the current system was adequate. So what does this get the United States
Somebody
that
said
isn't already?
What an idiot.
There really is no current system. We have certain areas of missiles and certain missile defense, but there's no system. We just have some very capable weapons that hopefully we never have to use, but we have some very capable weapons. No, this is a different league. There's never been anything like this. This is something that's going to be very protective. I think you can rest assured there'll be nothing like this. Nobody else is capable of building it either.
Was it something that military commanders asked you for? Did they ask you to do this?
Well, let me put it differently. I suggested it, and they all said, "We love the idea, sir." That's right. It's the way it's got to be, right? But they want it, and they wanted it badly once it was suggested. I don't know if they ever thought they would be lucky enough to have it, but we were able to get it done, and we have all the funding, so pretty much tucked away. I think most people feel it's very important to have. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you first announced this idea, critics said it would be prohibitively expensive, potentially ineffective, and could trigger an arms race in space. What do you say to those critics about that?
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, fairly small expansion, but we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. We took in $5.1 trillion in the last 4 days in the Middle East. And when you think about it, this is a tiny fraction of that. But we make it all here. We're going to make it all here. We have, I will tell you, an adversary told me, a very big adversary told me most brilliant people in the world are Silicon Valley. He said, we cannot duplicate him. We can't. This was somebody that I won't tell you who it is, but you'd be amazed. We have the most brilliant minds in the world doing this kind of thing, the equipment, the space, the computers, everything. But he said that we just can't duplicate what you have there in Silicon Valley. We never have been able to. And there's a very strong group of people and very strong minds, but they can't. So we have things that nobody else can have. You see what we've done helping Israel with that. You probably wouldn't have in Israel. They launched probably 500 missiles altogether, and I think one half of a missile got through, and that was only falling to the 100 missiles altogether, and I think one half of a missile got through, and that was only falling to the ground as scrap metal. It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology, far advanced from that system.
And just one follow-up on the adversaries. Have you addressed Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will, yeah.
Mr. President, with the goal of keeping Americans safe with this, can you talk about the timeline? How long will this take to complete?
We think it's going to be about a little bit less than 3 years. And we'll have a big phase-in very early. You know, we're starting immediately with $25 billion. It'll cost about $175 billion completed, but we think in 2.5 to 3 years. Yeah.
Are you confident that you can get the funding needed from Congress quickly?
Yeah. It's amazing how easy this one is to fund. You know, some funding is tough and some is easy. When we say we're going to save everyone's lives in a crazy world, it seems to be very easy to get. Yeah, we've already spoken to everybody that we have to speak to. Everybody's in, I would say, Dan, everybody's in line here, right?
Yes, sir. $25 billion is a down payment in the budget reconciliation bill right now.
Yeah. So I think
Mr. President, on Russia,
people actually love it.
Mr. President, on Russia, are you worried about the reports on a military buildup along the borders towards Finland and Norway?
No, I don't worry about that at all. They're going to be very safe. Those are two countries that are going to be very safe.
And the second thing, sir, if I may, Volodymyr Zelensky is saying today that he's hoping for you to impose new sanctions on Russia. Are you considering that?
Well, that's going to be my determination. That's going to be nobody else's determination. We'll see how Russia behaves. We see what's going to happen. You know, we have a pretty critical time right now. I had a talk yesterday for 2.5 hours with President Putin, as you know. I also spoke to all of the European, or to many of them, leaders, but they were representing the whole. And I think we had very good conversations yesterday. Please.
Thanks, Mr. President. What companies have asked to be involved in building this system, and have you decided on who will be building it?
Yeah, I think I'll let you answer that. You can mention some of yours from Alaska's involved, and Alaska's a big part of it because locationally they're sort of perfect. I think that's your first line of defense in certain instances. And Kevin will tell you that his state's involved. But honestly, Georgia's going to be very big. Florida's going to be very big. They're all going to be very big. Jim, do you want to talk about Indiana?
Yeah, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where I live, we make all the space satellites at L3 Harris. Across the board, we're the top manufacturing state in the country. By the way, the tariffs have been very good for auto manufacturing in Indiana.
They've been so good.
But this is going to be really good for the defense industry in my state. There's so much money involved here. There are going to be a lot of American companies involved in making the Golden Dome
You might
possible.
also say, you're talking about the tariffs. He has some of the biggest auto plants in the world moving into Indiana only for one reason, maybe two reasons, November 5th and the tariffs, okay?
Yes, sir.
But the tariffs have driven tremendous business into this country. But you have one of the biggest in the world being built.
The Honda Civics,
right.
The new Honda Civic made in Indiana. GM has added jobs. Eli Lilly moving pharmaceutical manufacturing from China to the United States, $27 billion. You go on and on with good news in Indiana and across the country because of the tariffs.
Our country was cold as ice a year ago, and now we have the hottest country in the world. This is the hottest country in the world, nobody even close. If you look at even this last trip that I made, the respect that is paid to our country. We've went from being laughed at all over the world, and now we're the hottest country in the world by far. Dan, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I think when you look at the system that you've laid out, it's an idea in your executive order of a layered defense. So you have initial ground-based missile interceptors, which are made by some of the big defense companies, Lockheed, Martin, Raytheon. But the beauty of your vision, Mr. President, is that it's layered, it's open architecture, and it goes up into space. So this is going to be some of the new defense tech companies that are very interested in it and can bring missile defense at a cost that I don't think, you said it, Mr. President, is unimaginable in terms of how much lower the cost is. So it's all across the board in terms of companies. Senator Kramer and I just met with a bunch of them last week that are interested in this. And you said it earlier, Mr. President, our technology sector is head and shoulders above any other place in the world, and they're going to be a key part of this, and I think that's why it makes it so exciting.
Mr. President, I think one of the things and you alluded to this, the new autonomous space age defense ecosystem is more about Silicon Valley than it is about big metal, right? And so what's exciting about this is it makes it available to everybody to participate, to compete. Big companies, mid-sized companies, small companies, but General Gutlein is the perfect person, again, to sort all that out because he understands how it has to work together ultimately.
And Pete, maybe we'll close with you. We have been discussing this for a long time. Peter and I used to discuss it when I was going to go on a show that he did very well and had tremendous ratings, but all he wanted to talk about was the military. He didn't want to talk about anything else. We used to talk about this. How about you closing it out?
Yes, sir. I mean, like I said, without your vision, willing to say and do things when other people wanted to look away and pretend like the threat didn't exist, or be focused on foreign adventurism, some other threat that we've been told is affecting us. When you looked at the data, sir, from Russia to the Communist Chinese and their capabilities, what they're trying to do to supersede us and threaten us, how do we find the best innovators, the best military leaders, the best companies, tech companies? You mentioned open architecture. That's exactly right. So multiple companies can pour into this, sir. It's a layered defense. So if you miss at one, you catch at the next. And it integrates existing technologies that can speak to each other. So it moves quickly while also investing in further ranging space-based interceptors. So our enemies, our adversaries are going to pay a lot of attention to this, just like they have to President Trump from day one. Sir, you're defending the homeland, defending the American people. It's going to benefit my kids and grandkids, all of ours in this room. So thank you for your leadership. And we're going to charge ahead as fast as we can.
Very good. Great job, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Elon Musk would be a part of this, Mr. President. Thank you, Press.
No cuts. No cuts to Medicaid. No cuts to Medicaid. Thank you very much.
Can you believe that the last question, again, after he's answered it personally 2 or 3 times today, was, no cuts to Medicaid. They keep asking. It's insane. If you keep asking the same questions expecting a different result, that means you're insane. I don't know why they do it. All right, so if you guys have been here for 4+ hours like I've been, I thought I'd be done like by 2 o'clock. Now I got to hurry up and rush for the evening show, but I still have some breaking news for you. Oh boy, he didn't mention it today. Just now for some reason, but this is huge. Breaking. Senators on the Armed Services Committee have fired off a letter to the new Pentagon Inspector General asking him to reopen an investigation of former Joint Chiefs Chair General Mark Milley for allegedly treasonous conduct related to China and Trump. Wow. Wow, they're actually using the T word. The T word is starting to be used. This is massive. Now we got the C word being used. This one here. Breaking. Trump administration is no longer recommending annual jabs for healthy and young people per the AP. At this point, I don't know how the Democrats, they can't even pick their fight at this point. It's just moving. It's too much moving. Even while I've been on the air for 4.5 hours now, there's still too much. Let me continue. Laura Loomer is reporting this one, and Reagan Reese kind of said it earlier, But check this out. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth just released this memo announcing there will be a full comprehensive review of the U.S. military withdrawal from Afghanistan that led to the deaths of 13 U.S. service members and 170 civilians in a suicide bombing. And I want you to look at something. This was posted at 1:57. President Trump just now had a press conference at 4 o'clock. I guess it was tape delayed, but 4 o'clock-ish. Not a single question about this, huh? Not a single question about Mark Milley being referred for treason. Nope. Not a single question about, since we're talking military, Mark Milley might have come up in the conversation, and then this one here that they're now going to begin investigating to the Afghanistan. Whew, that's huge. Now we have another Supreme Court decision, not military related. Told you, there's a lot of stuff keep coming. U.S. Supreme Court orders the Democrat Maine legislature to restore the voting rights of Republican Representative Laurel Libby, who was censored because she identified a transformer athlete who unfairly won a girls' pole vault competition. 77-2. Jackson and Sotomayor were against it, which means Kagan had to have been for it. But they got to restore her. If you remember back, this woman and you remember what President Trump was saying to the governor of Maine, because they let this dude go ahead and compete against the ladies, and he won, and she called him what he was, and they're like, oh my God, you can't misgender, you can't... And they censored her for speaking her mind. And now it had to go all the way to the Supreme Court to overturn it. How disgusting is that? Then President Trump, just before he went out on stage or into the Oval Office, this got posted. Let me show you this one. It says, we must maintain our status as the worldwide leader in Wi-Fi, 5G, and 6G. Connecting every American to the world's best networks, while also keeping everyone safe. We can do both at the same time. Bottom line, I'm going to free up plenty of spectrum for auction, so Congress must put 600 megahertz into one big, beautiful bill. Let's make sure all our options are on the table. Never bet against American ingenuity. Make America great again. So he wants to expand the communication and bandwidth for people in America. That's winning. And then this one. I'm going to close with this one, all right? This one was launched at about the same time, right about 4 o'clock. Let's take a look at this. Joe Biden was not for open borders. He never talked about open borders where criminals of all kinds, shapes, and sizes can flow into our country at will. It wasn't his idea to open the border and almost destroy our country and cost us hundreds of billions of dollars to get these criminals out of our country. And have to go through the process we're going through now. It was the people that knew he was cognitively impaired and that took over the auto pen. They stole the President of the United States and they put us in great danger. This is treason at the highest level. Wow, they did it to destroy our country. The Joe Biden that everybody knew would never allow drug dealers, gang members, and the mentally insane to come into our country totally unchecked and unvetted. All anyone has to do is look up at his record. Something very severe should happen to these treasonous thugs that wanted to destroy our country but couldn't because I came along. Make America great again. So you realize what he just did there. That is a boss move if I've ever seen one. Because he made a statement and said Joe Biden would have never done this. Biden would never have let these people in on purpose. It had to have been the auto pen. That's pretty much the question like, hey, when did you stop beating your wife? Let me explain. That is a bear trap of epic proportions. To defend yourself, if you are using the auto pen, you have to now blame, oh yeah, it was his idea. It was all his idea. Joe Biden wanted to let everybody into the country. They are going, in order to understand what he just did there. Now, to save your own butts, you're going to have to blame everything on Biden. Imagine, I walk in, hey, listen, you signed this auto pen thing, and I don't believe it was Biden who wanted it. Oh, yeah, it was Joe. This is going to get epic because it leaves the Democrats nowhere to go. If they say, yeah, Joe didn't sign it, then you people committed treason. If you're saying, no, Joe did sign it, then you're throwing Joe under the bus. You know, Joe that you guys love, and you know, he's just old Grandpa Joe. Leave him alone. No, well, now to defend this, you're going to throw Joe under the bus. Let's see here. So you understand that? You getting that? Man, this is about to get really, really good. SB just sent me something. So watch what happens now. Now that he has used the T word, or the T word is now being used in different items. He just called all the people using auto pen treason. Joe would never have done this. So what's your defense? Well, they did it or Joe did it. Make up your mind. Because if Joe did it and I'm sorry I can't speak because I'm letting this sink in, and this could be simply amazing, that the move he just did. Whoa. So, breaking news. What happened here?
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
All right, so I don't know how this is breaking, but it is. The U.S. Senate has unanimously passed President Trump's No Tax on Tips Act. Tipped workers. Trump is keeping his promise. Relief is coming soon. So I thought it was part of the big, beautiful bill. I didn't know it was its own separate act. But in any event, they just passed the No Tax on Tips Act. Can you imagine right now, there are people across the entire country who get paid with tips. And you now no longer, I don't know if it's actual law, it'll have to go to his desk first, but once it gets to his desk, he's going to be able to sign it, and people are going to, I don't know if it's gone through the House, I'm going to have to dig in after this show, and wow. Absolutely wow. And like I said, we're 4.5 hours in. It just keeps coming. It's just more and more and more. Crazy. Absolutely crazy what's going on. Yeah, who is behind the auto pen? Was it that lady who got killed? We don't know. They don't care about Joe. They may throw him under the bus. Exactly. I believe Senator Cruz was pushing it. What about overtime? I don't know. I didn't know it was separate. I didn't even know that was separate. But what I do know, what I absolutely do know about No Tax on Tips being signed as its own act is this.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I want you to imagine right now that you're a Democrat. You're a Democrat, and you're standing in the face of this tsunami that's coming at you. This tsunami that Trump is putting together that on so many different fronts. Everywhere you turn, he's coming with something else. How do you fight the Golden Dome? You can't fight the Golden Dome. Nobody wants to fight the Golden Dome. You want to make sure people are safe. How do you at this point scream bloody murder about, no tax on tips? There's too many people. I live in Florida. You know how many people down here live on tips? Bartenders, housekeepers, servers in restaurants, the women on the poles. Oh my goodness, I can't imagine how much money they're going to make. I'm surprised they didn't do a carve out with some of these women making $10,000, $15,000 a week. And now they're not going to have to pay taxes on tips? they've entered the 1%. I'm telling you right now, they don't really make any money per hour. They make all their money in tips. So you get some, the stripper business is going to explode. I mean, like I said, there are clubs down here in Miami that aren't your typical strip clubs. I don't go to them, but it's like looking at the Baccarat room in a casino. They are big money strip clubs down here, where the rappers and people go to, and some of these women walk out of there with $3,000, $5,000, $6,000 a night, all tips. That business got about to explode. That's for sure. All right, I got to get out of here. I got to do these super chats so I can try and get something to eat. All right, if you live in Pennsylvania, go vote today. Hey, CR, thank you. Elizabeth, I'm in Houston, no income tax in Texas either. We have all these people coming to Texas to escape the Democrat policies in Cali, but they want to come here and vote blue. No, exactly, same thing down here. In fact, for the first time ever, Miami-Dade County has flipped red. That is monstrous. So Florida will be red for quite some time. Rachel Rose, thank you for all your for watching. Tommy, thank you. Wow, Scott Willens-Berry, you are big time news. Scott Jennings is a rock star. He wins daily. By the way, I fell asleep in my boots rocking last night. New video. Thank you. Yeah, I had to salute Ashley for getting Scott on here. That was very, very good. Did I tell you? She also just got Ben Carson. Buy Tommy again, buy Scott's book, Not Trappers nor Comey's book. So tonight's show, I got a couple things already saved and ready to go. We're going to talk about exactly that, Jake Tapper's book, which came out today. TB, as a whole, people need to stop complaining to Barry about stupidity. Seriously, he and his family and all the mods pour their heart and sweat to inform us of what is really going on in our country. Understand, the mods right now who have been here for 4.5 hours. There's no mods anywhere on any other podcast who do what these people do. And between them and Ashley and even Robin, we got the best team in the business, because I'm going to come back tonight and do another 3 hours. I take this like a real job, real business. Naomi, Lord have mercy, I love Caroline. That was beautiful today. TB, thank you. Barry, you should write your own books. One definitely on how not to settle in life for the minimum and how not to live off taxpayers. God wants all to have prosperity and not feel guilty about it. Exactly. Don't use God for our lack of ambition or laziness. True that. Zelda, Barry, will you be showing a meeting with South African President Ramaphosa with President Trump? If it's on, yes. Depending on the time, if it's earlier, I'll tape it, but if not, definitely. TB again, another one. Educate people about past, current, and future politics. You are such a gifted man. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much for saying that. America Ramirez, that is my Cuban guy. Mark Rubio, he's talking about. Mark Rubio, if you haven't seen it, rewind it. He was kicking butt today. Demon of Cybertron, ain't no obesity is not a debility. Get off your butt and scooter and start walking to the organic food section, not the chips aisle. Get off the little Debbie aisle. Rick Williams, thank you. I was born for the storm and calm does not suit me. Andrew Jackson. Oh, wasn't it interesting? What was it not interesting? Hey, you like what we've done here? How we've decorated the Oval Office? And you see that? That's the Declaration of Independence right over there. Yeah. And there's this guy Andrew Jackson right here, and I'm thinking, oh my God, oh my, the breadcrumbs this man is dropping, and you got these idiot reporters just standing there. Yeah, I've done some things here. Yeah. You see this one? And I'm sure many of you were watching and went, oh, goodness, he just did it. Yeah, look at this one. Look, that's Andrew Jackson. You know who he is, right? And I'm thinking these people are oblivious, completely oblivious to what he just did. If you saw it, you caught it. If you know, you know, because that was just amazing to me. You like what I did with the place? Barry, you hurt some nipples when you said Letitia and Tyrone. Get your lazy asses up. Juanita, Pepito, Linda, and Bob. Is that better? If you're offended, it means you're one of the... I told people I wasn't doing it from a racial perspective. I'm doing it from experience and having seen some of these people. Lupe Murillo, what happens in the Senate with the bill? Can it pass? I don't know if the Senate will be as hard as the House will be. Might not be. We shall see. Tommy again, love nature and all, but the sea creatures, fish, and crustaceans, we eat these. Drill it. You're exactly right. Drill. Starshine, the quantum shaman. No tax Social Security cannot be included in the reconciliation bill to the Byrd rule for a procedural rule that does not allow for non-direct fiscal budgetary items in a reconciliation bill. You go, girl. Thank you very much. Thank you for defining that. Tommy again, what happens when a robot Tesla has a ball roll out in front of it and a child is falling in the road in an instant? Will it try to avoid the child or the ball? That would be a good question for Elon. I'm sure they're testing that kind of stuff for sure. Dog, cat, squirrel. Tommy, I need a few requests for classic rock guitar songs. The 2 new ones tonight. What I don't know yet, anyone, Buller, music, especially guitar rock. Okay. Mary Kellums, Barry, will you post the interview with Scott Jennings separately? I had to work this morning and I missed it. Sure, I will be cutting that probably tomorrow morning, depending on what Ashley's got me doing. Rick Williams, Barry, suggestion of looking at Megyn Kelly take down her show of Jake Tapper. He still looks like he's sitting on a pine cone. And yes, I do have that for tonight. That will be one of the things we'll talk about tonight. Mr. Mike, can you imagine getting pulled over and you're intoxicated and saying I'm not responsible because the machine was driving? Hey, that's a good point. If the machine's driving it, can you be wasted in the back seat? Maximus, Barry, would you please consider playing something from Puddle of Mud? Like Blurry, the drummer, is my best friend and a singer going through a hard time with falling off the wagon after many years. I knew a song from Puddle of Mud right off the top of my head. I don't know if I can. Well, man, she effing hates me. Yeah, I love that song. Judith Swanson. Thank you, Judith Swanson. They're not asking Medicare for Americans. Exactly. You're exactly right. That's who they're asking for. They're asking for the newcomers. And Buddy Sanders, about time General Milley is questioned for his treasonous actions. Like I said, the Democrats don't know if they're coming or going at this point. There's so much happening with President Trump. He's coming for him. He's hitting them hard. And I love it. All right, so everybody, by the time this one's over, it's going to be over 5 hours. All right, so I'm going to go grab something to eat and kiss the wife, pet the dogs, and try to get some content in here for you tonight. Obviously, at this point, it's 4:45. We're definitely looking at 7:30. Definitely looking at 7:30 for tonight. All right, after party. Talk to you soon.